We're hopping in right now. And we're live, finally. Had to do some stuff. Everyone's here. We're both in the garages.
Yeah, that's a switch.
I'm hoping the internet is going to... I went to the house to try and use the internet there, and then I was like, well, technical difficulties. It wasn't working there, so I had to come all the way back over to the dungeon over here. I don't have any idea what the bandwidth is at the moment here.
Yeah, well, it seems to be doing okay, at least as far as I can tell. Mine's not great either, so one of us might stay on.
That is the truth. Oh, yeah, I just ran. Oh, we're running 22, 23, 25 meg? Shoot.
Oh, wow. You're doing pretty good.
Yeah, we're doing good. All right. Yeah, 26.5 down is what we ended up with. And almost a meg up. Shoot. We're doing big things here.
Oh, yeah.
Big things.
That's impressive.
So I got the camera. I want to try and set up. I might do some welding. I don't know. I have a bunch of things. We got people in the chat already.
Yeah, I'm just working on the Mustang, so or I was.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Trying to get the window in the passenger door and just working on cleaning up the door braces. I got one here. I already did one. So we went from that to that.
Okay.
Cleaned it up a fair bit. I don't know how well that's showing up, but
yeah, let me put you up on the here. See if I can make it to where that.
So that's the one I'm currently cleaning up. There's one that I've already done.
Okay, yeah. Now, what are you painting it with?
I'm just putting some rust inhibitor on.
Jared, how are you, brother? Nice. Just clean it up and make it protected from getting eaten more.
Yeah, I'll either hit it with some clear coat or a rust inhibitor, something like that. Rust inhibitor is clear anyway, so it just gets a nice protective coating on it, and then I don't have to worry about it.
Corey, what is up, buddy? Hey, I upgraded everything on that base. I was playing some video games this morning with old Corey.
Me too.
And we were doing Rust this morning. That one, it's a fickle beast, that one.
I was trying to play video games, but then people kept calling me and asking for advice, so I ended up not playing video games too much.
You will have that.
Yeah, I had.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
I had one of the guys I know was doing a Hemi swap, and he couldn't figure some stuff out, so I was on the phone with him most of the morning, troubleshooting from a distance.
So you were asking about this frame that is
yes, I was.
Me. Okay. So the other day, I don't know, did you see I did a live a little while ago? He wants to know about your little red car there, buddy.
That, well, do you know what it is?
I know it's a Mustang.
Yes, it is a Mustang.
I'm 65.
Oh, that's a little too old.
Too old? Damn. Nah.
That is a 69 Mustang Mach 1.
69. That's okay.
Yeah. 351.
I know. See, that was the problem with when we did everything was there was so much going on, and that thing was mint when it came around, but it was like you came down the road with that thing as we were rolling the Volvo off the trailer, and I was like, that thing sounds nasty. And I looked at it a couple of times, and then every time we went somewhere, everyone else, there was like a line to get in the car to like go somewhere when we went places. So I just never really got my turn with the car realistically.
Well, you might have a turn one of these days yet, but that was the 67.
Oh, yeah.
This is
that was a different one.
That was a different one.
Shut up. They're the same color though, right?
No, that 67 was kind of a cherry, like a cherry red.
Oh, so I was closer to the one I thought it was.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All right. Yeah, see, I don't feel so bad now. The Mach 1s are hard to tell, especially with your dome piece in that spot there.
Yeah.
They're more easy from the back. I think they're more recognizable. And does it have the big ladder step bars for the rear or whatever? The only Mach 1 I've ever seen was just wide as hell and had these bars that stuck up.
The 69 is the nice Mach 1. That is even I like these ones. And I'm not much of a Ford guy, but they're nice cars.
For a guy that does a lot of work with Ford ones, I don't know.
I keep getting roped into it. I want to get back onto my Mopars and my Pontiacs.
Midnight. Hey, what are you doing, dude? If I send you a link, do you want to get on here? This guy got him some Elon net and now has some internet. So you let me know, man. I'll send you the link if you want. Let's see. I just got my phone just went off. Oh, dude. Sweet. So yeah, anyhow, I was going to show you what I've been up to with this. So what I bought when I got my X3, I don't know if I told you, but it was totaled. I'm pretty sure we've talked about that.
Yeah,
totaled to the guy. It came with a spare frame. I fixed the frame. That's how that came to be. They've changed this. I decided that if I was going to have a spare frame, I should probably CAD it out so I could build another one or replace, let's say, an individual component. So if I want my parts list here, and let's say we need a crossbar right there. That's apparently part number 1. And I need a 55 and a quarter piece of tube to start with. And then if I go to the cut thing and actually tell it to auto cut, it'll do all the cut interfaces for me. So now if I go to, there's a way to do this, but I don't.
Okay. A fellow would have to be retired to do this level of work.
Have this kind of time. So say I want to see what the copes were for these pipes right here. You can't just click on it that way and get to it. I don't know. I'm still learning, but like you said, you would have to be retired to play with this. You think that being retired, you would have all the time in the world to do all of these things, and you just find yourself doing a bunch of things, not all the way to completion.
Well, that's no different than me now. So
is what ends up with.
I probably get a little more gaming time in and a little more sleep in, maybe.
Yeah, midnight. We'll definitely be in here for a little while.
In.
Well, yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been what do you? Oh, yeah. Here's what I need to see. Is there a way to do? That is a pretty girl right there. Who's doing the paint and body work on these things?
Oh, I do it.
Really?
No,
I didn't know you were doing. Listen, paint and body work is one of those things where you either got it or you don't.
I do sometimes do some paint and body work, and I have done it in the past, and I'm actually getting more and more into it. So, but I didn't paint this one in the body work on that. I did some stuff, but
I don't believe I might have said 7 Brailsford. You know what? I can't be held responsible for times anymore.
Well, I think originally you said 7, and that's why I was kind of surprised when it was 4 at my time.
Did I say 7 in the Instagram thing, or
I can't remember where you said it, but you said 7 someplace. It might have been on the YouTubes or the Instagram. I don't remember which one.
I don't know. It's very, very, it could be any which one of those ones. The only problem is that I'm not doing everything too, so I get a little help here and there. So
yeah. But that's okay, because if we run some decent hours, we can go to bed at a decent time.
Well, actually, what it boiled down to, dudes and I talked about it, and the problem is we run into with the East Coast viewership. Last time we started at 7:00 my time, so it was 9:00 dudes' time, and then we went. It was on the East Coast, and then we went until midnight my time, and then I think we did a little after talking, and those guys were on for hours afterwards.
Yeah,
it was crazy. Gary, how are you, brother? How you doing?
Man, how's it going? Look, I got your namesake behind me.
Yeah. I want to we're going to stop sharing this. Let's remove that. Hey, here he is. What's up, guy?
Dudes with wrenches. Oh, sorry. Dudes with wrenches.
Lack of communication much.
What happened here? We talked about this yesterday. It's supposed to be 5 your time, right?
We were literally talking earlier. Yeah, no. I was assuming 7:00 my time. 5
But
o'clock.
remember when I said 7, you literally corrected me and said, no, that would make it the wrong way. Because remember, you
Whatever.
said 5. Because what time is it there right now? Am I
It's
still
5.
lost? Okay, so I'm right.
No, it's supposed to be 7 here.
No, it was supposed to be 5 there. That's what we talked about.
All right. Well, here we are.
You said 5.
I'm like scrambling around to do stuff. You're like, you're gonna be on this what thing? I'm like
Okay,
sitting
but
here, like gonna eat some dinner. I'm like, what are you doing?
You said 5 o'clock your time was a good time.
7. Okay. Here we are.
We're 7.
Yeah,
Did you promote 7?
Hashed out right
Oh,
now,
I
guys.
had to go change some things on that. Yeah.
That's where it came into. When we talked yesterday, you said 5. Were you talking 5 my time?
Yes. 5 year time.
That's where we got all
Yeah,
confused.
that would make sense because it's like
That makes
just
a
after
lot
3
more
year
sense.
time. Right
Yes, and that's why when we got off the thing, remember when we talked yesterday? So I said, so we're doing it at 3, and you're like, yeah, and I'm like, I get confused on what coast I'm on in time things, and you laughed at me, said I was simple or something like that, and we came up with a time.
I can see him saying that. Yeah.
Should have looked at it. I thought it was converting. I don't know.
That's what happens when you run lives in multiple area codes. So yes,
We have all
Brailsford,
3 time zones right here.
it totally did say 7 at one point, and we're 2 hours early. So, and actually, we're not even early.
Well, you surprised me because I was like, wait a minute, this is happening at 4 my time? Okay.
Well, so I scheduled it. I scheduled it yesterday at this time. I didn't change anything when I put it in after you and I talked.
Well,
It's been this way the whole time.
it was on YouTube. I marked it on YouTube and it said 6 o'clock on the YouTubes. So that would make 7 o'clock dude's time. That would make 5 o'clock your time.
I had it set at this time to go live this whole time. Because you came. Because remember, Mongrels, you came. I don't know. Maybe I didn't change anything yet. All right, let's get to everyone in the chat here as we're done pointing these. Mr. Gary says it's going great there.
Numbers.
I just shouldn't be in charge of the scheduling. That's what it boils
How's
down
those
to.
numbers going? Not
What numbers?
exactly.
Yeah, what numbers? So dudes just shaved yesterday. Seriously, he gives me a hard time about my beard all the time, Gary. Like how it's not up to his standards of beard growing.
Yeah, I can see that.
It should be
close.
longer from what he says.
It should. I have shaved my beard on multiple occasions since last year, and that beard you have is a year old.
No.
I never.
No, April is a year. I shaved
It's
it right
close
before we all
enough.
met. April's still like 2 months away. Get wrecked.
It's not. Is it?
I feel like you're beard shaming me right now.
Oh, we have a whole other month in between there. So yeah, there's like
Not like I don't think it's gonna really make. I'm not gonna get much in the length here in that time frame. Let's not kid ourselves. Oh, you're just discounting March? Like that the month doesn't even count? Is that what you just did right
can't
there?
even figure out what hour of the day is. What does the month matter?
All I know is I put the number in, and it's been since I put this live up. The number has been the same. So
Okay.
YouTube is.
So it's almost a year that you've had this beard. I shave mine every at least 4 months. So
Wow, that's a lot. Oh, okay. So we'll just fix this for you, Gary. Let me.
I don't know where my beard would be if I let it go a year.
I
Dangerous.
kind of want to know. I want to know now. Actually,
It would be dangerous.
that thing is pretty.
It's getting there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I got a few videos on it, like where I cleaned up the
Tell me
tail
about
lights.
this lift. Is this like a drive-on lift?
Yes, it's 4
I
poles.
watched the video.
Yeah.
Oh, which one? This
That's
this
not
one
that
is
lift.
it's not this lift. But
Exactly.
I
That
know
was
it
the
is
other
like-
lift.
I'm like, this is not the lift I saw in the video.
No,
No,
the other
that
one-
video is
the other
that's
one
a different
two
lift.
poles. Yeah.
That video. Oh man.
Hey, that lift is
So-
working just fine, I'll have you know. It hasn't fallen over on anyone yet.
I feel like it's
Yeah,
been
I
a
feel
very
like
good
that's its
shelf back
requirement.
there. What's the box on the roof?
Oh, that's the
No,
dash.
it's a box on the wall. Box on the roof?
It's on the roof. Yeah, that's the dash for the car.
Oh.
I keep it in there so the cats don't get at it.
I feel like that car is too shiny to be using as a shelf.
Well, I need to work on the inside right now, so I don't really have another place for the box besides the roof.
Well, blanket that roof. Where's the cover?
Yeah, it's not that nice.
That will buff out.
Buff out. You see all the scratches on it from the cats.
Oh my God, that's not helping. Oh man. So before we got on here, I was looking at some things because I don't look at the news ever. Did you see a plane hit a bus at LAX?
What?
Yeah, a plane.
No, that's not unusual, actually. Surprisingly,
yeah, on the taxiways. Yeah, I know that too. But you don't.
I feel like this is a scene out of the original Speed.
Not that kind of bus. I think it's one of the terminal buses. But I mean, well, so like every time you fly in and out of down here, you have to go to where they park the little planes, and sometimes you have to take a bus from the little planes to the actual terminal. A shuttle. Well, they call it a bus in the article, man. I skimmed it. What do you want from me?
That's a shuttle.
Either way, a plane hit it. I'm like, seriously.
That's like calling a semi that taxis trailers a semi when they're just like a tug.
Wow. Dudes with technical terms here.
Well, I drive a semi. No, you don't.
Well,
is that what I see what you're doing here? Okay. I gotta fix this.
But he is the information guru of the YouTubes now, so it would be unwise to argue with him.
No, I'm just a guy who has Google and reads the internet. I don't know if you saw that comment I sent to you, Brian.
Which one? I probably did. I read something.
You like that one? There was like 8 of those. I had to go troll hunting.
I'm gonna say he's obviously got a channel. Look at his name. It's the Exposer guy or something.
He's got no videos. He's got a channel.
Oh, so he's. Oh well, then he's not trying to. Then he's probably how old is the channel?
I didn't even look. I trivialized him for a little bit, and then I just deleted the messages, so it's over it pretty quick.
Yeah, he was
coming
aggressive.
A little hard.
He was aggressive. Yeah, he's really trying to.
There you go. Get stirred up, was he?
He is so. Oh no, this is that one. I can go this one. He said, "I'm a midget and I'm 20s, but I Google things about vehicles I see and then make shorts with super fake deep voice."
That's what he was. Yeah,
fake deep voice.
Yeah. So dudes is in his 20s apparently.
Midget.
And he's a midget. Yeah.
I mean,
towers over.
I don't understand the midget thing. Like
I don't either. Like it's
is that just offensive. Because he wants to put it in there? Is that the idea? Like,
did he forget the word mental midget or something like that?
I don't like dude, and I also don't like little people. I mean,
like, wow. I feel like there's an ist involved in that guy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that guy.
Barbecue Mike, what's up, brother?
But if he's watching right now, thank you for the comments, sir. I laughed. I appreciated your time, and please seek help because you just shouldn't be that angry in life. It just doesn't matter.
No, agreed. Yeah.
Well, so I have some questions about that. Fox, what's up, brother? So, one. Do you think it's somebody who's literally off his rocker that hard, or is it more like he's just some kid wanting to say shocking stuff?
I often think that, but don't you have to be off your rocker a little bit to think people care?
A little bit, I would say.
Well, yes and no.
But sometimes, you know what, though? I have played the game where I've trolled the troll, because that's just fun.
Well, everyone. Well, but that is the same thing though. It's like being the bully to bullies. It's not okay. It's just you can just see why bullies do it or why people that troll people do. You know what I mean?
Watch the documentary series on Netflix where they talk about the guy that smacked some dude in the back of the head with an axe and then became like super famous on social media.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it happened like it was a big deal. He was on Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, and the whole meme series was like whack, whack, whack. You never saw that?
Wait, so he assaulted somebody.
Yeah, he assaulted somebody, but he was a hitchhiker, and he bashed him over the head with an axe. And this guy was trying to kill somebody, so it made all the news, and it was a big deal. But then, just like they said in the middle of this document series,
he stopped somebody from killing
Yes.
somebody. Okay, that's a distinction left out of the way you started this. I was like,
No, but
how is
here's
this dude
the best
famous
part.
for burying an axe in someone's head, bud? I'm a
here's
little
the best part.
confused.
He was a hitchhiker that was riding with the guy who was trying to kill someone. So when the guy got out, he got out, smashed him over the head with this axe, hatchet. And, it was a big deal, and he became famous for it. But at the end of the day, like, you have to ask yourself, like, should we be allowing this person to be famous? He did just smash somebody with an axe. Like, there's a little bit of crazy there.
Sometimes you gotta smash somebody in the head with it. No, I'm okay with this.
Well, I mean,
allow it.
That was literally just like everyone's thought, like, oh, he was saving somebody, so it's fine. But then,
that's the question. Okay, so here's the question: A, how long was this dude hitchhiking with that dude, and how many other things was he okay with doing until he was like, okay, things have escalated here.
But here's the best part: at the end of this documentary series, deal breaker here, spoiler alert, he killed someone.
Oh yeah, no,
he's a murderer.
Was that before or after the axe in the back of someone's head?
And he's a roaming homeless. So we're not talking about the potential other times he may or may not have killed someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
You'll have that traveling.
Going back to the thing, do you look at someone and go, is this somebody just acting out? Or is anybody that does these kind of things a little crazy?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of you're taking a big jump there from keyboard warriors. There's a big jump between keyboard warriors who can get away with a lot because they know no one's ever going to do anything, and then a guy who buries axes in the back of other guys' heads.
If you're willing to sit there and just troll blast all these people like you're somebody, aren't you a little crazy? I mean,
I would say so.
Not. See, but in the world that today is,
but you're normalizing that version of insanity. Realistically, you're just saying everybody does it. Well, that doesn't mean that there's.
What gets me though is, would you do that to someone in real life? Right?
That's just it. Where does the reality jump into? What would you do? You know, because I'll tell you right now, if I took the need, if I felt that I had to go in and just, and just really go after somebody, if I met him in real life, I would be inclined to go after them physically. Hence why I don't.
You can't do that anymore because now the dude who said all this bullshit online is somehow in the right because you beat his ass.
Physical anything is outlawed.
And now
we're not allowed to physically
not allowed to do that anymore. So you've kind of made the problem even worse because the whole how's the saying go? The more you fuck around, the more you find out.
You know.
Yeah. The problem is if you're not allowed to let them find out, they can fuck around all they want.
Yeah, the graph becomes imbalanced.
And then you were supposed to bring balance to the force.
Well, and here's the best part. We can all say it. And I don't want to Well, I'm going to say this negatively. You can take it negatively.
Okay.
It
is
have
it is
veteran on my side, so I can swing that story a little easier than some other people that may be a little crazier than me.
Oh, is that what you're going with?
I think that helps. So, I mean, I'll fly that flag.
Then I'll read the comments. Listen, we're trying to get to him, John.
We get to him eventually, John.
Keep up for his country or something.
Look at this guy. He's over here wanting customized talking points and whatnot.
Well, John. What are we doing?
They think we should interact with them, and rather than they just be entertained by.
Is that a Mustang? All right, let's go back a gear. All right, Mr. John Katz. That is indeed a Mustang. I'm sorry. We did not acknowledge you.
Dudes, tell us about the Mustang.
Oh, that is a fastback.
Oh, he asked me to tell him about the freaking Mustang. I thought it was the other Mustang. I was totally off.
Oh, yeah, it's not that Mustang at all.
No, that's
I also thought that Mustang was a 65 because I don't know anything about him.
What?
dude, I don't know anything about Mustangs. What do you want from me? We've established this. I don't know what in our history together makes you think that I know anything about old Mustangs, let alone Mustangs, period.
So
listen,
Brian
it's not like
is what
I've
ever
ever
call a car enthusiast. He enjoys cars very heavily. He does not need to know about them. He does not care to know about them. He just enjoys them, which is fine. I think that's a good line in the sand to draw. You don't have to be the guy that knows anything about cars to enjoy cars. And
I think that's a different. I know things about. I think I know things about cars that I mess with. Like if I had somebody who had a car like that behind me, I would know things about that car.
I think that's a good
type
thing
of
to do
deal
too. Like you,
yeah.
I think the best thing that was ever said to me, well, how'd you learn about cars? Well, I was poor and I had to fix them, or I had to figure it out. I couldn't just go buy one. That's a good way to be. And you shouldn't know anything more about the cars in the world if you own an F-150 and you fix it and you know everything about it. That's great. You aren't expected to know anything more. I would not classify you as a car guy. That's all relative classification at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like
enthusiast, and that's fine.
Well, and I can tell you because of the little bit I know about Subarus, like the different gears that associate with lights, because that's a weird thing that you know apparently when you freaking do Subaru stuff.
Once you do Subaru, I don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. There's no need for you to know that because you don't. It's not a thing. You know what I mean? But Mustangs like that are very, especially in old Gary's world here, very big things. I get it. Cars are cars. And hey, listen, like a moped, man, they're always fun as long as your friends don't catch you on one.
Well, see, and that's something, the new age of people like to be hipsters and whatever, and the weird and obscure is cool. So, other stories.
I love this one. Yeah, and then Jared's like, so you're why.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a Marine thing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Pretty sure Fox was a
Explorer, anyways.
Fox, what branch were you in? I'm remembering this wrong.
Yeah. Listen, I am by no means a Subaru guy either. Like I said, the things I know the things I've learned about cars are out of necessity. I've had to learn them because of there was a car involved and I had to, for whatever it is. And that's why I don't like Fords. I don't like Fords because every single Ford I have ever played with personally that I've had to actually do maintenance to has been a pain to work on because of some reason. There's always something.
I will say that I have earned some justifiable hate with Dodges because 98.9% that I've ever worked on were the worst. Like they were just the absolute worst thing Dodge ever built or falling apart or some version of that. But I will say I owned an 84 Dodge D100 for a little while, and that truck was indestructible and it was awesome. So I can't say anything bad about it. And I can be like, that was a good Dodge. And then I go, well, maybe my view of Dodge is not correct because all I've ever worked is on the rust pile ones that weren't any good. So I do challenge anyone that says, I hate Fords because, if you've worked on all the bad ones, well, sure.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I've said this many a times too. No one ever buys a freaking Lamborghini and brings it over for me to just see if it feels good. They bring me junk. Why do you always bring me junk? You know what I mean? It's always broken. I don't get to see the good ones. The good ones, no one says, hey, do you want to come drive the good one? No, it never happens. John shows up with a freaking OJ Bronco that's been rhino lined to hide what God knows what else. And then we spend 4 years with a body off rust excavation to put this thing in. And where's this thing at now, John?
Backfield. He offered it to me, but he wants too much.
I go, everything's for sale, but he wants too much. You know what?
What is that?
I hope he gets it. On the frame, outer parts, I think it's fine. Everything that he had that we fixed on it was all from the underneath, and that is all new. Realistically, I mean, I can vouch for that. It was not 4 years. It was only 3 years. Okay, you're right. It may have been that.
I have never acquired anything covered in rhino liner that good things have happened to.
Yeah.
Well, no, because you do that so it doesn't get beaten too hard or hide the beatings.
Just only weighs an extra 500 pounds. It's fine.
Well, weight is sign of reliability. Right, Mongols?
Okay. Is it?
Yeah.
Well,
the
Volvos
strong,
to
are
some
heavy.
extent, yes. Because let's look at the Fox Body Mustang.
Hey,
And that thing is so thin that the firewall cracks when you put a manual transmission in it and work the clutch pedal too much. And that's factory stuff, man. Like,
So
I
did
was talking about the
Chevette.
outside, John.
Do you know one of the
The
biggest problems
outside
with
of the car.
Chevettes was when you hit the brakes too many times, the brake booster would break away from the firewall.
yeah, I don't doubt it.
That seems like a
big
little bit of a
time
problem.
That's big time unfortunate because if the e-brake doesn't work, let's face it, the e-brake doesn't work. You got no way to stop that. Oh no!
But going back to your point, Brian, how many firing orders do you need for the same engine?
Oh,
Yeah.
You know, this is my whole problem with the Fords.
Oh, there's other things like that. Like,
That's
okay,
true. I got caught by that
F-150s.
once.
You know what's a great idea? We'll do a vacuum system for our four-wheel drive. And then when it fails, because vacuum lines fail, it'll
Chevy
just
did
lock
that
into
too.
it'll just lock into four-wheel drive. And then if you're not smart, you'll drive on four-wheel drive at
Yeah,
90
That's
until it
not
all
a
comes apart.
Ford thing. That was all of them did that.
I have only had to deal with that on one truck, and that was my buddy's Ford. And then my other buddy's Ford had the one where if you wanted to change the spark plugs, you might have to go buy a new motor.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
Well,
that'll
my big problem
or a
with
new
the Ford-
head or whatever it was when you snapped them off in there.
My final, forget it. I don't want to own one. I like them. I'll drive them when they're nice, but I'm not working on them. Was the last one I actually owned was a 70. I think I've told this story, but it was a 71 Ford Custom 500, 351 Windsor.
See, there you go. So I didn't know that.
And
all had it.
But did they fail in four-wheel drive or
Yes.
fail in two-wheel drive?
Whenever they failed, they would go four-wheel drive because that was
four-wheel
the standard.
drive? Yeah.
Yeah, that was how they were built.
Was
And
there at
and
least
here's
a
another
drum-
one that people don't realize.
dummy
Like
light or
S10
something?
Blazers with no vacuum going to the system, it was four-wheel drive, period. So when you towed it, it was in four-wheel drive if it wasn't running.
Oh shit! Manual hubs. Yes, your Ford did. Heck, so John, you remember the other John? There's so many Johns. Had a gray one that that was a problem. Like I said,
All
no
right,
one ever
Mongrels,
brings the
go.
good stuff. Sorry, mongrels.
That's okay. Well, anyways, Ford had the brilliant idea of making aluminum master brake cylinder with no other way around. Yeah, no, aluminum master brake cylinder with steel piston. That's what it was. So you got in heavy traffic, and the housing would expand faster than the piston would, and then you'd have no brakes.
You just hear all the
don't need
squishies.
those brakes.
And so that resulted in me getting about 4 feet of air, almost landing in a ravine. And after that, I kind of swore off the Fords. I was like, nope, not doing that no more.
As he sits in front of a Ford.
As
Well,
he
he's not my
sits in
Ford.
front of a Ford.
He's a Dodge
Listen.
guy. Trans Am guy.
I don't really have any real problems with Dodges because I'm not a body guy or a rust repair
They
guy.
rust
too
weird.
much. And they rust hard, like lots of rust. Like, I guess it's easy because you can just make whole new shells or whatever.
Here's the weird part about Dodge. It's like Dodge was really good. Like you go back to like a 77 Dodge pickup. I've seen so many of those that are just beautiful. They've lived in the Rust Belt their whole life. But then once you go to an 87, completely different.
yeah.
It's like they just decided to like flip a switch and be like, we're using this metal now. Don't worry about it.
There is that, dude. Well, I mean, it's hard to have to take a government payout when you sell so many freaking trucks, man. That F-150.
They took a loan though. So
Well, yeah, but they paid it back with terms, so that that's a loan.
Never actually did.
They didn't actually pay the terms back or pay the loan back.
They didn't pay the loan back.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's kind of one of those like they did a better PR of the whole thing than everybody else.
No, but
Yeah,
I think
I don't
that
know.
might have something to do with that's when they switched to the different type of paint as well.
True. They did different because Suburbans did that too. So Chevy Suburbans, they started dipping them in primer, like driving them through primer. That was one of the worst things they did because then the primer didn't actually cure inside the panels and then it rusted from the inside out.
Yeah.
Which is the whole thing they were trying to avoid.
Correct.
But yeah, right around that 87 mark is when they all switched the paints.
Yep. And
paint
late 80s,
process
early
and-
90s, white paint and clear all peeled on all brands. I mean, it was just
When
I
they
thought
went
the
to
problem with the Dodgers was they just couldn't make the playoffs. Just that's so Gary. Sorry. Let me have my dad jokes. Dang.
Yeah,
Well,
there you go.
they're not the only ones that did that, though. All the manufacturers
Ooh.
went to thin,
Yeah.
way different gauge. sheet
Well,
metal.
you know why they went to really thin sheet metal? You ever seen old
Because
Japanese like Z cars and stuff?
Oh,
They were
yeah.
doing that for years and perfected how to be able to do it for so much cheaper. To you know what I mean? So everyone's like, "Ooh, we can do what?"
Well, and it was the gas embargo. You can blame that. I mean, you had to build everything
Yeah.
cheaper. Period.
Yeah. Well, it's not just that though. The cheaper you make it, the more these guys, the upper echelons, the whoever is making money. There's money to be made. I mean, look at everything now. Everything is shrunk in size but gone up in price.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Except for side by sides.
No,
They
that
went
got
the
bigger.
They
They
got
went
bigger,
bigger
and more expensive.
and more expensive. Yes, I was gonna say it wasn't the other way necessarily, but trust me. I just saw a thing today on damn it. Who makes the electric scooter things that you stand up on? Segway.
The Segway, yeah.
Is that the
Segway? Segway is here. I'm gonna look this up. You guys talk
brand?
amongst
Segway
yourselves
the
while I find
brand,
this.
or is it?
I believe
the
so.
thing they
I
call
would
it?
say it's kind of like Vice Grip, though, right?
Well, I believe they made that thing and then became a brand.
They're the ones that are famous for it, and everyone calls
Segway
it
is a
Segway.
brand.
Yeah. Here you go. It's 1,000cc Segway Power Sports SX10.
1000cc. That implies gas.
Oh yeah, it's not a electric. Apparently, I didn't look that far into it. I just saw it.
We're going the other
All
way. We've been electric the whole time. Screw it.
That's
Let's go.
that's
actually-
a real big motor engine on something like that.
Yeah,
Listen,
that would be
bold
sketch.
move,
Those
Cotton.
are sketch. Those are sketch anyway. Like I don't think I would be interested in playing on that.
No. You got to see. It's not. They're not quite like that. Here, I'll show you. Let me.
I'm not signing up for that. I've seen people eject themselves with those at low speed. I couldn't imagine 1000cc ripping around.
It's not. It's a side by side. It's not. It's not actually a Segway.
Okay.
It's just made by Segway.
Made by
Oh,
Segway.
okay,
So obviously
yeah.
they were bought by somebody else.
I don't quite know what the hell they're doing
It's
here,
the Segway.
but
Hayabusa.
this is what they're selling.
What?
Yeah, so it's got a little.
The new.
Oh, they got a whole line. They got 4-wheeler and Motor Trend just did. Yeah.
Segway was purchased.
I don't hate it, but it looks like it's definitely a lower, like underneath tier. Because so Can-Am has many different tiers, and like the X3 that I have is more of a higher tier than this tier. So I guess it's more like the Defender and Trail series, I think, is what they.
So Segway is
what'd
actually
you
a
find?
division of Ninebot, a Beijing-based
Oh.
transport robotics startup rival, acquiring Segway Incorporated in April 2015, broadening the company to include their transportation line of robot vehicles.
Robot vehicles?
Oh,
Robot
so these are going to
vehicles.
turn into Terminator machines eventually.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna. Well, it makes sense. Have you seen Terminator? That's probably where that whole apparatus came from. I mean, there's probably some robot in there somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Gary, you out? All right,
25.
brother. Hope you have a good evening. We'll see you around. I'm sure we'll see you in some other live here tonight at some point.
So
Segway
looks like a
Hayabusa.
Ninebot.
It's the Segway Busa. Old 5 Dakota still running strong. 216,000. I'll tell you what. It's definitely a certain year of Mopar cars that had a hard time with rust.
Though. Like, have you ever replaced the cam followers, and have you ever replaced the timing chain tensioners?
Oh,
The
shots
we're
fired.
talking Dodge now.
Shots
No,
fired.
they usually don't have any metal left before those things happen.
Electrics?
So Ninebot makes scooters, like that's their big thing, electric scooters for cities. So they bought Segway. So all your electric scooters that you have in like Denver and stuff like that, all owned by Ninebot, which is the Beijing company.
That does look like it does look like a Kmart side by side. But there might be a market for that. You know what I mean? I don't know what the price point was on that thing. I didn't really look. But
First hybrid ATV UTV side by sides. Segway Power Sports.
Oh, is that what they're doing there?
Yeah,
1,000 cc. So my vehicle is a 900 cc with a turbo. So if you're telling me that's 1,000 cc with a freaking some sort of hybrid system on it, that actually might be kind of fun. That can't be true.
But that's where they always
That
tell you
can't
like
be.
1,000
There's no
horsepower electric. It's figured completely obscurely. Like they're just throwing that number around. Like it's 1,000 horsepower.
And we all know there's a big difference between 1,000 cc Chinese engine and 1,000 cc other engine.
Yeah.
Facts. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, having a name like, okay, I was gonna say having a name like Segway attached to it might mean something, but then I realized what else.
But here's the thing: I think that's just their Americanized name, which they've already
it's
branded.
A name. They bought that name essentially. Yeah,
exactly. They bought that brand. They've already been making stuff in Beijing and in Asian countries, and they're like, "Hey, let's just throw Segway on it."
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna go that, the same thing can be said about these X3s. There's no way they're not making these in Canada, are they, mongrels? Where are they making these frames?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know. I can tell you, it's all robotic and very little human interaction in how they build these frames. Oh no, I studied the shit out of this one. Every piece of steel that's not the tubing is riveted on into jig, and then the whole thing is welded out by robots. Everything is riveted on and then welded. All of the tubes are laser cut with interlocks, so the entire frame clicks together into like male and female connectors in a jig, and then it welds out.
It's all old technology anyways. Everything new is 3D printed, you know.
Oh, well, yes. They haven't figured out how to 3D print DOM yet. When they do, though, I'll tell you what.
You can't be too far behind. They've 3D printing houses now.
Have you seen? Yeah, but what's the longevity on that? Because it's really just it's
forever.
That is a soft serve house, man. I saw it. It's just.
I watched them do that, and that thing is concrete. I mean,
I can't figure out how there's any structural rigidity in that thing.
It's
exactly
a little concrete.
A little rumble, and you are at the bottom of the frick. Do you remember the earthquake? You remember the earthquake when all the freaking
castles? They're still standing. They're hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years old.
And most of them are not built in very tectonic areas either.
Well, I'm not saying you could build them on a fault line, but
that's like the entire West Coast.
I do believe that has some sort of polymers mixed in with it, though.
Yes, fiberfill. It's fiberfill. So it has a bunch of connectable materials.
I get that, but I mean, at what point do you shake that before it, and after what age does it just entomb you in your sarcophagus? Oh well, yeah, but they put rebar and stuff in a bunch of these, and they're not doing that in those ones.
I mean, they don't. They put rebar in roads. I guess they fall apart.
They put rebar in all the slabs and everything.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh. You're tectonic.
Did you see that video I sent you where they put a side-by-side on two?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they put an X3 on two Can-Am BRP, whatever, they have. And it had suspension, too. Like...
what are those called? I can't think of the word.
Jet ski.
Jet skis. There you go.
Yeah, it was two jet skis, which that was the weird part because it looked like there was still a motor in the side-by-side, but there shouldn't have been because it wasn't doing anything.
Well, maybe it's doing the jets and they just ran those down as the actual propellers.
No, because you can see they just had the suspension mounted to it. No, they had... That's how they were. No, that's how they were steering it. It's like a skid steer. You just gotta, you can power in and
We're talking. Nobody knows what we're talking about.
Can you show a picture of it?
Just along for the ride.
It is.
Did you find it?
So, Segway Power Sports Incorporated has been assessed with a $5 million civil penalty. Settlement resolved by the CPSC, charging the SPI knowledge improved imported ATVs with serious safety issues. Yeah,
but who brought that
in violation of the Consumer Product Safety Act? They agreed to suspend all 1.25 million of the 5 million penalty based on the SBI warned representatives. Paying the penalty exceeds the amount of would cause the company financial hardship.
Wait, do they say they don't have to pay it because it'll be too hard for them to pay
It would
it?
destroy the company. Yes. They're going to fix the problem, but they don't have to pay the penalty because it will bankrupt the company.
Who's the penalty get paid to?
I guess the government. I mean,
well, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and the government's like, we get it. Just fix the problem.
I feel like you need to do more than just fix the problem. Maybe pay the people.
Well, they say they're unsafe, drastically unsafe.
Well, I mean, Polaris. Oh, because they didn't put on. Oh, because everything says don't drive if you're under 16. There's a sticker somewhere.
ATVs that were not subject to CPSC-approved ATV action plans as required by federal law, ATV action plans promote the safe and responsible use of ATVs, particularly for children under the age of 16. No safety regulations were adhered to for younger adult riders.
Right.
I don't know if there's a system that has to be in place for younger people. I don't know. But that does look like a Kmart side by side for sure.
Oh no! Okay, I guess it's not. It's a Polaris. I think is what this thing is. Oh no! It's a RZR and 2 Yamaha Wave Runners. Hold on, let me get the freaking thing up here.
There's a lot of reviews on this villain side by side Segway Power Sports.
Well, so that's what I was wondering. How much of this is freaking the other companies wanting it outlawed so that they don't have to compete with it? You know what I mean? All right, let me see.
Oh, she says she's got 105 horsepower, 4-stroke, parallel, twin, dual overhead cam.
Which one is this?
This is that
the Segway?
1000cc Segway.
Wow. Got the Hirsch purse.
Yeah, liquid-cooled, parallel, twin-cylinder, 4-stroke, 8-valve, dual overhead cam. Hybrid powertrain delivers... How is it a hybrid? Oh, wow. That one's...
Yeah. I was going to say, sticker. All right. Let's see here. We got... Share screen.
4-stroke, 8-valve, 181 horsepower, 185 foot-pounds of torque. Instantaneous torque. The hybrid is the electric torque converter.
I like that.
Oh.
That looks like fun.
Yeah, this thing was kind of
look
wild.
at that thing. Typhoon.
That looks like...
Somebody builds this? This wasn't just a one-off? Or
No, somebody built this. Here, I got another.
That totally looks like a Polaris mounted on 2 seaters.
It is exactly what
And
that
it's
is.
crazy.
Here, let me.
Well, the UTV sports a smart command system with 4G connection, Bluetooth, providing the driver with up-to-date information on the ride, music control, vehicle information, touchscreen, and center console.
So, this thing is they like drew it out and everything. Like,
wow,
it's
I thought it was insane. I was
got
like, that thing's awesome.
It's got a full frame going on under there. The only thing I can't tell is if, and it doesn't show. Okay, the motor is gone, so there's no motor in the back.
Okay,
well that makes sense because it's in the CD portion.
Yeah,
well,
you would need it.
They're firing both those up and running
both of them.
It's
like a skid. Yeah, it's like a skid steer. So if you want to like really crank it, you can almost like kill one and go to the other side. But look at the suspension, and they just mounted this whole plate into the top.
Yeah, really, it's a lot, but at the same time, it's pretty basic.
It's pretty basic.
It is. I feel like it doesn't look like it's all that stable when it's riding around. You'll have to go watch the video, but it's stable enough. Like when you watch it, you're like, okay, that doesn't look terrible.
They've been doing
but then you're like,
airplanes for years, and they don't usually flip over or go in the water.
Exactly. I was going to say, I can show you a lot of historical points when those actually happened. Yeah, I'm going to say. Oh, balloons. Is that how they're getting? Oh, speaking of which, mongrels, are the Canadians going to start shooting these things down now? Is that a thing?
Oh, no. We don't get involved in those
We
things.
don't get involved.
That's
We're
between you and the
sure?
Chinese. Yeah.
Are you sure? Are you really? Because you guys literally got involved in that thing not too long ago. For what was that one lady you guys detained, and then they detained some people, and then yeah.
Detaining is a whole other story.
That's a different story. You can run people over with horses and everything else, but you just don't shoot down balloons. That's
Don't shoot down balloons. I thought this is what separates us from animals.
That's right, man. That's the line too far for
The
us.
balloon shooting.
Balloon shooting. How dare you?
Criminal.
That could be some little kid's balloon up there, and you
It's
just
somebody's little
just
balloon.
destroyed it on them. So no, you just don't do that. You don't do that.
Somebody was getting their weather information on what it was going to do, and you just ruined it for them.
Here.
Yep.
Who, me?
And also, we would need to have guns, and we don't.
Oh yeah, you guys don't have those.
We're not allowed guns.
Wow, that's okay. I guess the last thing you sent me on Instagram was in 2022.
Who, me?
Yeah,
I haven't. Yeah, we don't use Instagram anymore.
I know. But you just sent me a message today.
What did I send you today?
I don't know. That's why.
The link for this, isn't it? Isn't that what you sent?
No, I wouldn't have sent that to him. He has backdoor. Well, I don't want to say
It doesn't even let me see it on the computer. It's all just like, get in your app and look at it. It's like, what?
I can look to see. My wife might have done something. She has that app. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So she might be trying to talk to
Never mind.
Mrs. Dudes.
I don't know what's going on over there. We're gonna ignore that.
Okay.
All right. Go away, Instagram. I don't care.
What's going on?
It's giving me all these alerts like, hey, look over here.
Go
and stuff
away,
you can't
Instagram. Oh, that's what it was. I made a post on Instagram and it tagged you.
That's what, okay. Because I'm like, it's
That's
telling me I
what
got to open it
happened.
on my phone just to see it. And I'm just like, I don't know. What this thing's doing.
She spiked the maple syrup with corn syrup. I figured it would have been an MSG product, and that's what would have got her detained. But what do I know?
What?
It's a joke from a while back. I'm not.
Keep
not
up
bringing
on the Canadian. Okay.
there was a thing going there, man. I was lost, and then I got caught up to it, and then you'll have that.
Is that a dog? The cat.
It's a cat.
Another
Did
cat.
you get a dog?
No, I just have cats.
Two
The
cats.
cats keep the rodents out of the vehicle, so I have cats.
So I
I've
started
been having
feeding an
struggles with
outside
that.
cat because it looked like it was getting thin and scraggly. So I started feeding it, and I put a camera on it to watch the cat bowl. And then all of a sudden, I noticed I got another cat and a third cat, and I was like, "All right, we're collecting outdoor cats." And then I collect a very large outdoor raccoon. And the best part is, the cats don't like that raccoon, and I'm really impressed with one of the cats. He likes to tango, and he runs that raccoon off. And I'm just like, well, I guess I'm going to have to start feeding the animals more? Just not at all. We're going to go with not at all, because I don't need raccoons.
You're the crazy cat guy at this point. Yeah, let them.
Well, here's the
if
thing.
they can fend off the raccoon for the cat food, they can fend off the raccoon for other food.
Those cats are currently living under 3 cars under covers in my yard, so I'm totally cool with that.
Yep, exactly. I have not had mouse problems
Ain't
in my
nothing
car since I've had the cats out here.
Yep.
So none of the cars have mice in them anymore. The motorhome might,
Yeah.
but nothing else does. So
My little Toyota definitely had some meese running
Some
around
Mises?
all up in there. Some Mises for sure.
No,
But yes,
And then I put traps in there and did everything, and nothing. I don't know if they were in there because what was it? I had that squeak, so it was down for like 3 weeks. It sat, and in that 3 weeks, they were all up in there having them, Dirty Mike and the boys doing mouse things up in there in my poor Prius. And so I pulled it in, and when I pulled it in, I didn't notice it. Did this, changed everything, and when I took it for the ride, that's where I noticed like it was filthy in there. There was like rat shit all over the freaking floor, and I was like, "What the hell?"
yeah,
And so I cleaned it up a bit, and then drove it with the subwoofers on, figuring that would piss off anything that was living in here. Nothing ever came out. Put some traps in there. Nothing, never caught anything, and then there's no other activity. But I'm like, I don't even know what they're doing in there. There's nothing to eat. Nothing in that truck.
They're just staying warm.
Yeah, they just hang out.
Listen, I'm telling you, it was an F shack for Dirty Mike and the boys.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the one thing I'm glad we don't have. We have large field mice in this area, but we don't have rats. I don't envy anybody who has rats. Because I've seen some car rescues where they're like, look at all the rat feces, and it's just like bucket loads. And I'm just like,
well, we claim to be rat free in Alberta.
Oh, really? You claim that?
Necessity? Huh? Like, we got rid of the rats. Finally.
Well, I've never seen one. I'll say that much. Never seen a rat. But that is Alberta's one of their claims to fame is no rats.
What? That seems like a claim like Australia, but like we got rid of the emus. Yeah.
So now, dudes, you probably know this. Now, I've heard that the reason they chew the wires is because of the oil that
they're usually made out of soybean oil.
Okay, some sort of
Yeah. And if you actually spray most of your wiring harness down with any kind of peppermint oil or anything like that, it'll keep them from touching them. We do it with fiber optics in the field too, because mice will eat fiber optics because the coating on them is soy based. So you just spray them down with some cinnamon oil, and that deters them.
That is true. It's the ice and snow. There's not the rats don't love that. So when I lived in Whidbey Island, we had ship rats on the island, and that was those freaking things.
So rats don't like cold weather? Is that a thing?
I guess maybe.
Well, I don't know. The rest of Canada's supposed to have them, but
killed all the rats in my area. Burned like 50, 60 wood rat's nest. Wow.
Well, see, I watched a thing on Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he I don't know if he was in Texas or something like that, but he literally abandoned a ranch and sold it because he said the rats had taken over.
Wow. They own that now.
And he's just like, I couldn't keep them out of everything. They were ruining all my classic cars. He said they ruined my house. He said, I just left. He said, we sold the ranch and we moved away because there were so many rats. We could not stop them. And I'm like, sounds excessive.
Whoa. So the nice thing about having a cord hooked up to your computer is when you hit it with your elbow out of all weird, the whole thing falls down.
I thought the camera's going down on you.
The mice the mice were getting bad out here, and that's where I finally broke down and said, okay, I'm getting a cat again. And then I ended up with too many dang cats.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're telling me there's nothing you could do about these rats. There wasn't like an exterminator that came out there. This is Texas. You could literally post up on the porch with an Uzi or machine gun and
They can't get rid of hogs either, man.
Well, yeah, it's true. You can't sit out there 24/7.
They reproduce faster than you can kill them.
It's still illegal. I mean,
see if I can get the real story.
Wisconsin rats must be hardier. Oh. Wow.
Yeah, it's a whole Reddit thing about it. Huh. Broken Skull Ranch is what his ranch was.
Really? See, just because there's a Reddit thing about it doesn't make it true.
No, he did a whole interview and he talked about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was on a big podcast thing he did.
Well, that's where you have to get a herd of cat for a while and just let them.
No, but he actually had a conversation about how he didn't want cats because it was the cats were getting hurt.
Oh, like the rats were hurting the cats.
Yeah.
Shut
I can see that. Well, you just have to have the cats outnumber the rats for a while, or at least
just have a herd of cats. Just here we go.
It's just a freaking Game of Thrones, freaking war of mice and cats going on this ranch. You're just all I see is dudes with wrenches here, just calling the fights from the freaking window of his kitchen. Or looks like the cats are on the offensive today.
Yeah, even better, you start raising owls.
Yeah.
Oh, that will. But at a certain point, I mean, I remember grove rats when we were in Southern California that were like, what is it? The wiener dogs. What are those? Dachshunds? Like that size. They were freaking huge.
Yeah,
I remember they shoot them with 22s.
Well, the owls would still take those things out, man.
So we have an abundance just north of us in Iowa. Bald eagles, endangered species, obviously. They have started to take back over the fields, and they don't hunt like you'd expect them to. And it's very odd when you're driving across down a country road and you look out across this flat field and there's like 10 eagles just sitting in the field, like standing there, like just putting their wings up. Just there's no trees, there's nothing to like perch on to go kill stuff. So they literally just stand in the field and they just kind of like, as like hunters do, they just kind of herd the animals into a very small area and then they kill them. And it's like, wow, these bald eagles are getting very organized.
They're organizing? Is that what they're pack animals now?
Yes, it's weird because you watch and you're like, you see a bald eagle once in a while, and then you drive down this stretch of county road and it's like, is there 10 bald eagles standing in that field right now in a circle, like closing in on something? And it gets really weird.
I've seen bald eagles in a bunch of places, but I have never seen more than one. Like in it, I've seen more than one in an area, but I've never seen more than one like down.
Just picture like 10
doing
of them
shit,
walking,
doing shit
ground.
together.
Just like you just picture them with a 12 gauge, just going, here we go.
That's
like a wolf pack.
Yeah, and you're just like, those are eagles. Weird.
You just
Eagle
summed up my version of American representation.
Yeah. That's pretty much how it is. The bald eagles have formed a gang.
With shotguns.
they're taking up ground.
Well,
just
and it's one of those things you don't realize
bandolier on and the scarf
big a bald eagle is until it's standing upright in a field, and you're just like, what is that doing over there?
Yeah, they're not small birds, man.
No. There's a reason they kind of went a little extinct for a while.
Well, yeah.
It's kind of like tigers. Well, I mean, you don't just keep them around.
There's a lot of things that happened during, like the early 1900s and industrial revolution that really didn't help a lot of environmental things. Kind of like a lot of things that are going on in other places that are doing industrial.
I'm just saying, look at the emu wars of Australia. That's a great story.
Yeah. Brandon, what's up, brother? How you doing? Oh, man. Yeah, well, Australia is a whole wild thing, too, with everything they've done down there. So I am not up in what their political situation is and what's going on down there at all. I have no idea. But I have been under the impression that they got rid of their weapons, I hear.
Oh, they have forever.
How do you live in the bush with, like...
Well, no, they're allowed to have certain hunting rifles and things like that. They've gotten rid of assault rifles.
Okay. See, that's where I was wondering. Hey, we got somebody coming over. Your community post does work.
Hey, it does work. Look at that. Things and stuff. Hey, Travis.
We've tried some science with your stuff quite a few times.
Comes over here.
Yeah, it's fine. They're part of Paris Climate Accords. Oh, I don't even know what that is. I live in the woods, but I was more towards the, like, you're gonna tell me that they can't have a hunting rifle and they gotta live in the out in the outback somewhere out there. And I mean, kangaroos are jacked like they're on methamphetamines out there. Like, I'm not ready for that without a freaking 9 mil or something, dude.
Climate thing for you. I can tell you what that's all about. That's where I have to pay approximately 25% more for my gas and stuff like that, because we are we are a carbon, actually we absorb more carbon than we actually generate, but yet we pay anyways. So I don't
you're part of that.
That's how that works.
Carbon, what is that, carbon credits or something like that?
We got carbon tax. So
it is, those cats are doing stuff back there.
Yeah, I was gonna say your cats are yeah.
Sleeping on the chair.
The back one's like, get off me.
Yeah, mate. We're firing each round. Well, I mean, you can do some damage with a bolt action rifle, man. A good bolt action rifle, and a good bell tower and a bolt action rifle, and you can do a lot of alligator.
National Firearms Agreement defines categories of firearms with definite levels of control for each as follows. Category A, rimfire rifles, non-semi-automatic, shotguns, non-pump, semi-automatic, or lever action, and air rifles. So they do have some like very specific Australian rules, obviously. Center fire rifles include
so you
bolt
can
action,
have any of
pump action.
those.
Yes.
Hmm.
You can't have pump action or
then I guess
self-loading
then
shotguns.
I
You can't
guess-
have anything with a magazine. Got to be 5 rounds or fewer. Primary produced farm workers.
So it's all bolt
firearm
action,
dealers.
single fire.
Yeah. Handguns
Yeah.
can be owned by a number of reasons, include target shooting, occupation, security guard, and prison guard. Carrying on behalf of a junior official, commercial prescribed purposes authorized by the Act of Regulation for target shooters, a paid membership to an approved pistol club is mandated. Handguns allowed for target shooting are divided into 4 classes. It just goes down from there.
It's
So
similar to
it's
what we
not-
have here.
That they're outlawed. There's just a lot of rules.
There's a lot of restrictions on them, yes.
Yeah.
But
And they're probably
keep changing
insanely
them.
expensive, I'm assuming.
The
I'm
funny
sure.
thing is we banned our brilliant politicians even banned coffee
What?
Wait, what?
because they went on this whole crusade of banning any assault style rifle. And there's this nice brand of coffee that is made in the USA.
Oh,
You
called
can't even get
threw away
black.
a bunch of that.
Why did you throw that away?
Oh, well, here's the fun thing about that. I complained. Go back to your thing and we'll come back to my thing. So they outlawed it for the name. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Like it's
So you're telling me you can't sell it in Canada because it says Black Rifle.
Well, I don't know if they fixed it or what, but when they first brought the policy in, it banned Black Rifle coffee because the name was Black Rifle and it sounded too much like an assault weapon. That's how smart these guys are and think about this stuff.
So you mean to tell me that the Canadian government judged a rifle because of its color?
Yes.
Is
Actually,
that what I am to
that's
believe
what you
in
might-
this?
Well,
yeah, man, it's got a
name
wooden
implied a certain
stock or
color,
it's
though.
assault.
I feel like there's a lot of weird things we just touched on there. Moving on.
So
Well, they would probably get banned, Foxit.
I bought
Blake,
an entire
what's up, brother?
case
What are you
of
doing?
double shot Red Bull
What are you doing
size
today?
cans of Black Rifle cold coffee.
Okay.
And
Cold
I
brew.
actually liked it. I got a good deal on it at the old Sam's Club. They were clearancing it out. And
Did
yeah,
you buy old coffee and then it was bad and
No,
then
no,
you're like, this
no.
is bullshit?
it gets better.
Okay.
So I poured a few into a can. Like I put it in a mug, and because I put a couple of them in a travel mug, and then I wouldn't have the cans. That's where the cans were. Well, it got to the point where I'm like, these have chunks in them, like big chunks of stuff. And I started straining them, but then when you'd shake them up, it would clump back up in the coffee. So I contacted Black Rifle Coffee because I'm like, this wasn't that cheap. Like, I should get like another batch or something. And they were going to send me out new ones if I paid shipping, which I wasn't going to do that.
No.
But what they told me is that happens occasionally, and the batch gets too much of the mixing powder, and then it doesn't separate and it clumps. So you would drink a can of this, and you could shake it up and it'd be fine. But then when the can would sit for a little while, it would re-clump inside, and then you grab it and take a swig of it, and you'd spit out chunks of hard powder. And it's like, this is like the taste.
So that's a
taste
manufacturer defect, is what that is.
Yes, and it didn't taste bad. It's just you didn't get used to the whole like having nasty crap in your mouth when you took a swig. Of it. It was like, oh yeah.
You never got used to the cat shitting in your mouth, is what you're saying.
Yeah, something like that. It's like those bubble teas or whatever. So
boba.
The boba.
Just call it-
Either you like them or
Did
you
you call
don't.
it
Like, I can't stand them.
bubble teas? Did you call it bubble
bubble
teas?
tea.
Bubble
Yeah,
teas.
bubble tea.
Okay, I am
Boba.
gonna start stealing that actually because that's amazing. You know the bubble teas. The bubble teas.
The boba.
What
You know
are
those
they
balls,
coming
the little black balls that are in these drinks that they're drinking now. It's a thing. Oh
No.
my lord!
from? Like a shaker
You're telling
cup?
me- No, it's like you go to like Starbucks or any of these places, and they put this boba crap in it. I don't know what it is. Fermented something,
What?
probably. Listen, I don't
What are
drink
you
coffee or this
talking
other
about?
weird shit. I just know.
I just drink black coffee. I don't.
I knew this chick I used to work with in an office setting when I was stuck in an office who would always come in with her drinks, and that's how I know about these things because
It's
one
like
day
Explain
they
this
didn't
to me.
have
What are
it.
we talking about here? What is it?
Tapioca or something, isn't it? In a tapioca ball in there?
I don't
Isn't that what
know.
it is? Licorice or
All
something like
in the coffee.
Here he goes. You know, he says, you don't get it. You don't get it, Bruno. You don't know. You're behind the times.
that. Hey, Canada's
Let's
not even
see.
as backwoods as Iowa. He
Q,
said.
of course. Didn't do
Pressure
anything. Went home.
Actor. What?
Seriously.
New
like, I
Swiss
know.
brand coffee ball has dropped. Coffee balls. I don't understand this.
I don't know what the coffee balls are. That's a new thing.
That doesn't. I'd rather use the term bubble.
I don't
tea or
know.
New
Yeah, I don't know
single-serve
much
coffee
about.
balls that
I just
replace
know they're little.
pods are a game changer. Okay, so I guess you
Oh.
put them in your coffee and it adds all
No,
these flavors?
that is something else.
What are you
It's
talking
not-
about?
It's not spelled bubble. It's bobble or something. It's like it's spelled funny.
Ball.
Or maybe it's
Ball
spelled
wine.
that way and it's said
Ball.
funny. I don't know.
I see a lot of wines when you say ball.
Hold on.
You're gonna have to explain this to me. Slow it down. Boba coffee?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, there's so many coffee.
Or maybe it is. Maybe it is fucking spelled with bubble.
Coffee boba. Coffee bubble tea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Coffee
the little
boba
black
is made
things
of
at the
freshly
bottom.
cold brewed iced coffee with tapioca
is
pearls,
bubble.
milk, or creamer. Additionally, you can add an extra sugar syrup to
All
your
right, Mongrels, I
coffee.
might be wrong. It might actually be. I always heard it was
Frozen
said.
yogurt
boba,
balls
boba.
in your coffee. Who does that?
Oh, people do that, man. I don't do any coffee stuff like that.
Ugh. That is
Lady behind the
Well,
counter
my
looked at
kids
me
love it, but
crazy.
I can't stand it because all of a sudden you're drinking this stuff and you get one of those things up the big straw and it's like this slimy
Yeah.
Yellow
slug
Red
just went in.
Bull.
tapioca pearl, 3/4 cup boiling water. Like it tells you how to break the tapioca down into pearls.
Yeah.
I do like me some Red Bull concoction drinks at some of these places.
Boba bubble tea drink mix.
Boba, yeah, that's how they say it.
You can order it. You should be able to order some off of Amazon if you want to try
Yeah,
it
I'm
out,
not-
dudes.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good stuff. You get the right one.
Says.
Gongche?
Ganja or 10 millimeter? What? No, sorry.
Yeah, evidently that's a thing. I've never heard of it. Must be a fancy thing. Boba
I would say it's definitely a fancy thing, and I'm not surprised that you haven't. Well, I am kind of surprised you haven't heard of it. I'm not surprised you would not drink it.
I drink
that doesn't
black
surprise me.
coffee. That's what I drink.
That's what I would expect.
But see, that's where I'm actually surprised you haven't heard of it, but I'm not surprised you don't drink
buy
it.
my coffee. I
Yeah,
make my own
yeah.
coffee with a little English press.
Of course you do.
Oh, actually,
I'm
it
sure you
says
have
the
routine.
history of boba tea. Boba culture started in the late 80s, and its origins started as debated as a milk tea. It's already well known in Taiwan, and as tea drink a robust practice in East Asia. Both shaved ice and tapioca balls were considered common desserts at the time. So it's been around for a long time.
Well, first of all, hush your mouth. The 80s are not a long time.
Long enough.
I will not have you refer to the 80s as a foregone time, sir. That's just not going to be acceptable in this forum.
I miss the 80s. The 80s were
I
fun.
bet you do. I don't remember a lot about the 80s, but
Looks disgusting too.
the 80s were rough, yeah.
Starbucks is testing out
No,
two
he
new
doesn't.
drinks. Okay,
Doesn't.
Starbucks started doing it in 2021. So
Well, Fox, that's the thing. I don't even drink coffee. No black coffee, no coffee. I don't like coffee flavor at all.
No, neither do I. I don't drink anything coffee.
Nope. No
So
caffeine.
I actually take my French press. I do my coffee very, very dark. Let it sit there and stew for about 15 minutes, and then I pour it. It's very smooth and very flavorful. And I actually let it chill for a while, so I don't like to even drink it hot. So it just sits over there, and then I sip on a big, like 16-ounce cup of coffee for about 2 hours every morning.
Bob's your uncle. Like seriously, I don't even drink like sodas anymore unless I go to somewhere that I like Mountain Dew. If I'm going to go to a place that has Mountain Dew, I'll drink that. It's on the menu, but if it's not on the menu, that's water. I don't have any.
Well, when I go to
I
the
do like
restaurants,
orange
it's
Red
usually
Bull.
water, which is kind of funny. But when I'm at home, I like to drink something with some flavor to it.
See, I would, however, that's why I don't have any of that crap at home, because I'll just drink it. And yeah. Sometimes my wife drinks coffee into like the evening. She'll switch to decaf in the evening so that she can sleep
in the morning.
Like, get
That's
wrecked.
it. I don't even drink soda after 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
She'll drink coffee like before bedtime. It's like, oh, we're going to bed. Well, let me get some coffee.
That's a caffeine addiction at that point.
Yeah. Well, I said it was decaf. That's
okay.
Decaf.
Decaf. Nah, that one makes no sense to me. Let's drink non-alcoholic alcohol.
Likes the taste of hot coffee water, I guess. She likes it. Whatever.
Hot water's good for you. Helps the digestive system.
Seems like
wire some coffee to the Humvee, huh? Yeah. I've seen lots of creative things wired into Humvees.
Yeah, like Humvees. Oh.
Yeah. I love how simple Humvees are. You got the keys.
I don't doubt that statement right there.
Yeah.
Don't coffee shops rip you off. It's kind of like sub shops. I like a good sandwich, but I can make those. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. Like the places I like to go for a good sandwich are places that are going to slice it and do all the good stuff.
Yeah, but it's kind of like pizza.
I don't have a meat slicer.
When I get a pizza and it costs me $30, I don't complain because you know what? I didn't have to make it.
I go buy a pizza for like $4 at Walmart.
But see, I don't eat that pizza.
I shouldn't eat that pizza, but I'm too cheap to go.
There's actually a local place to us that they make frozen pizzas locally, and those pizzas are actually really good. I still
you get them fresh enough? Yeah.
No,
or is
they're made with better ingredients.
Oh, so we have a place called Winco here. I don't know what brand that falls onto anything else, but they sell pizzas that they make in the bakery there, or whatever they call that, where the dough, and then they sell the dough. You can buy a bag of dough, and you can buy all the stuff and make it at home, and that's what we've been doing. I mean, for like $1.50, you can buy a large pizza dough in a bag and then roll it out and do all the things.
Let's have a discussion about pizza places, because I am a snood when it comes to pizza places.
No,
of course you are.
But I'd like to mention one that I always liked to talk about because it's just extremely.
I cut the beer out a while ago.
So, you ever had Papa Murphy's pizza?
I have, actually. Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that Papa Murphy's as a corporation built a pizza place idea around take and bake? They do not cook it there. And the reason they did that is because you can use food stamps to buy it.
Yes.
They built their whole industry around food stamp pizza.
It was, I don't know, I wouldn't say they built the whole thing around it, but it was like number one or two as like the main reasons.
No one else has signed up for that idea. I
have you had it
twice? Yeah, I went there twice, and I'm like, why am I paying this much for something I have to take home and make?
It's not bad if you do I don't know. There's certain ones that they make that I do like. No. There's certain different types of. They make one that's like a double-decker pizza. Like it basically makes a pizza pie out of this thing. It's freaking good. Basically, they took two pizzas, stacked it on top of each other, and it was stupid.
Sam's Club used to sell a really good pizza that was spicy buffalo.
Corey, what's up, brother?
Ooh, on pizza, like good. All little pieces, and it wasn't actual sauce. They used like a different sauce. It was like a garlic sauce, and that thing was amazing. I used to eat all the time. But then they stopped doing it. But that's the first part. Like every time I find a place that does a good pizza, then they stop doing that pizza and it's ruined. So,
well, so that's like Brandon's talking about it here. We live so far away from that's 20 minutes to town, and then my town I don't have a Pizza Hut. We have listen. And we don't have a lot of like off-brand pizza
have gone away extensively for a reason. That's junk food right there.
I did like the old pizza buffets and stuff like that. But we don't eat out here. Like we do everything at home.
Did you know like Pizza Hut was actually cited for the fact that they used horrible ingredients, and there was actually people that like leaked emails that pretty much told the Pizza Hut CEOs that were like, you got to go back to using real ingredients, and they're like, nah, profits are better.
Yep. Snoods with wrenches here. I like that. That could be a whole like
I'm
sub
giving money for
channel.
something. It better be good.
No, I think that could be your second channel we've been talking about.
Just bash on things.
You've been talking about your secondary channel that you need to start. Yeah. I like everything's just like over here at Snooze with Rent. Like you have to do everything as you're actually like literally looking down your nose at everyone.
I'm a hard man, please.
Chicago style, yeah. Seriously, and it wasn't bad. You could buy it, Blake, and put it in your oven for
Blake.
Forever it took to cook. But
Blake lives on the right side of Iowa, where Chicago style means something. And when I lived on the old Davenport border, you could go to some real pizza places that were straight out of Chicago that were worth going to.
It is the red box of pizza. That is exactly.
Did you actually see the thing where they made red box pizza machines for a while?
Shut up. It like made the pizza?
It made the pizza in front of you and you took it to go.
Shut the front door.
Yes. They made pizza machines like that for a while and you could buy into them, but they did not take off as they should have.
Why pay for pizza? Well, so the making the dough, like, so if you have somewhere to get fresh dough, like we do now, and we get it from the pizza, or not from the pizza joint, but from the pizza section of the they make it at the Winco. But if you don't have access to that, I mean, not everyone can go buy fresh pizza dough. And if you're gonna make your own dough, that's cool. I've done it a couple of times too, but it's a lot of pain in the ass. It's real easy to take the dough out an hour or two before you're gonna make it, let it sit on the counter, and make the bag blow up.
It's really easy to mess up dough.
And then it is. If you don't know what you're doing, a little bit of, I mean, you got to weigh dough. Like people that actually cook dough, they weigh all of that stuff because it's that important. Shut up. Is this still a thing?
This is a thing.
It's active. Find me one in Southern Oregon.
Oh.
Type in
This is
Medford. Oh, that's not good. This is Salty. How are you doing, brother?
The general zip code you'd like to use?
I don't. Just type in Medford, Oregon.
It says okay, Oregon.
Yeah, just anywhere in Oregon, realistically. What do they got?
Oh,
it looks like this is a Canadian thing, bud.
Yeah.
So my house in Washington can see that.
So yeah. So
is there any near
have
Calgary?
you had one of these pizza machine pizzerias?
Is there one near Calgary?
Never heard of Calgary.
Oh, that's way up. That's in Edmonton or something. Where is that?
That's
Wing Street deal.
That's Edmont.
Yes,
I liked their Wing Street stuff for a little bit, Blake, and then it just went to shit.
What is up with these Canadian names?
Have you never looked at Canadian names of things?
Victoria. That one makes sense. Kamloops.
Oh, hey, zoom in right where you are. Right where you were. Keep going. Closer to Calgary. Check out all the names around Calgary. You'll like those.
You'll like those.
Okay. Oh, Okotoks.
Okay, so that's really close to where I live, right there, Okotoks.
Morale.
Okotoks.
Pronounce
My
that
favorite part is we've got Okotoks, and then just south of that we've got High River.
Seriously. Like, so we like we buy the dough, I think it is for like it's under $2 for one large piece of pizza dough.
Canada.
And then you can get a couple of different toppings for like $5. I think she said we can make it for $12 for a large is what we can make it for at home if we do all the cheese and sauce and all the other
I have wanted to actually get a real stone pizza oven and really make good pizza.
Yeah, the problem is it's not super expensive, but it's more expensive than it needs to be for something you only use for pizza. Like you can't.
Correct.
Very few things you can actually like a grill. You can use a grill for a lot of things. A pizza oven. It does.
What I've always wanted to do is I've always wanted to set up a patio and have a stone oven in the side of it to cook just random things, pizza being one of them.
It very is true. So you can get away with not weighing ingredients on a lot of recipes. I find things to do with dough, and from what I've been told, are ones that you just can't get rid of. You can be fractionally off, and it screws everything. But like things like certain things, man, you screw it up a little bit, you can make it better. You never know until. What was it? WD-40.
Oh god. It's still no good. I don't
It's good enough. They're making that money.
40 times and still wrong.
Pretty close to the Navy Yard it was.
Here's the one thing I don't get about WD-40 and the complete irony of its name. It's water displacement number 40, essentially, right? But we all know you can go into any parts store, car place, whatever, hardware store.
Shopcat, how you doing, brother?
15 versions of it now, yet they're all WD-40 specialty blend. And it's like, why didn't we just keep going? That's WD-41. That's WD-42. Like, you kind of ruined your own namesake because you're lazy. And you couldn't.
What was the name of that
going
pizza thing? Shopcat's in here. Maybe he has partaken in one of those.
Moved on.
I know, but he just said I didn't get caught up to the chat.
Pizza for no.
Well, Shopcat actually lives in Edmonton, so he could go try one out for us.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Maybe he's already tried one once or twice. Who knows?
The vending machines. It's for no. How to say for no.
Yep.
Come on, play the video.
Secondary fire. Okay, I can see. But most of them I've said that I've seen set up don't look like very appealing to have.
And that's where I was going with it. You can actually build a stone one and do it into a patio to where you could use it as.
On the back porch. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. I was thinking of the ones that like go in the house or whatever.
Yep, you just put your fire in and you have your little stone off to the side and you can cook your pizzas in it, but you can also use it as a stove.
Shopcat wants to see throw it back on the screen for him so you can show him.
Okay,
I know you got to go back. Listen, you've become the pizza guy now.
Vending machine.
Wasn't that McDonald's?
No,
I think that was McDonald's.
There you go. Automated pizzeria.
Pizza Vorno. Porno? What is that?
Look how bad that pizza looks in the center.
It doesn't look that.
Look at that. That is a bad Tostinos right there. Just you want
10?
This?
You get 10 pieces of pepperoni and no more.
you want
Little Caesars vending machine? Come on.
Oh,
man.
we don't even go. With Little Caesars. Okay, so we boycotted Little Caesars long.
No, listen.
I'll give you the why.
The deep dish square ones, as long as they're not moldy, are okay.
You already heard the story.
That's where I draw the line too. I'm with it, but I'm just saying they're not all moldy, so you're all right.
So, okay, Shopcat, we want a video of you getting that pizza and eating it. There's one in Edmonton.
Let me tell you a story about Little Caesars.
This is good. This actually is a good one.
We used to frequent Little Caesars commonly. It's $5. Just walk in and get your pizza. Well, we're not a heavy sauce family, so we special order everything. And as one would do, you special order it an hour before you want it, and you go and you pick it up. Everybody else waiting for their fast and ready, which is never ready and never fast. You walk in and you grab your 4 pizzas right over their shoulders. They stare at you like you're some kind of pizza villain stealing their glory. But you went home with your pizzas, and it was deep dish, stuffed crust, pepperonis, light sauce. It's a decent meal for $5. Now, you start eating your deep dish pizza, and man, this is good. And then you bite into it and realize, why is the stuffed crust green? And that's when you figure out real fast that they stuff the crust with cheese sticks. And when those cheese sticks get old, they just put them in there anyway. A little heat'll figure that out. It doesn't. So you take the pizza back to them because now you're pretty upset, even though you only spent $5 on your $5 pizza. You don't really care to eat mold. And you take it back to them and they say, we got to see this. Why do you have to see? You made it. It was your fault. Oh, yeah, that's definitely mold.
That's definitely mold. Like, no shit. What did you think I was doing here?
And their response to that was, well, do you want a free one? No. I kind of want to own this place. Like, what are you talking about? That's mold. What are you going to do? How often?
See, now, that would have been when I would have to say, how often does this happen? That you're not even that like taken aback by, oh, yeah, no, it's definitely mold. Yep, you got one.
Mold. That happens. Yep. That doesn't. The guy making the dough must have put moldy cheese sticks in it. The fact that you know that's the cause creates my concern. And then your next response is, well, do you want a free one? I don't
like how many. Again, then I go, how many more did that guy make?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't be the only one.
So I will tell you,
This
this is why I don't get the cheese in the crust. I get the deep dish, no cheese in the deal.
Well, now you know why. But here's the whole point. They didn't offer us our money back. They offered us another pizza. And that's when you just gotta go.
Who are you dealing with at this point? Are you dealing with Bob, the manager, or Steven? Or is this
the highest appointed person on staff at that point? Because there was no other person that I was going to talk to.
Okay, which it means it was just Bob from accounting, because he was the only guy that was unfortunately there for the
But it was a straight up
Facebook leak. This ain't no Facebook.
What's the Facebook?
We're high class YouTube.
I don't book the face around here, okay? You know,
face your book, book your face.
Your book to yourself, book and face. You can stay over there, just like your Instagram.
I would like to know, like, where is the next? Well, I guess you can say Instagram was, but then Facebook bought Instagram. Like, what's the next thing? Huh?
I hear Twitch is pretty popular.
Is that the new? Is that the new thing people are leaving for?
What's the other one when you take photos?
Or they take photos. Isn't that Instagram?
All the kids do it. All the kids are doing it.
The Snapchat. I thought that was just for sexting.
No, I think kids do it so then their parents can't see what's going on or something.
Isn't that so sexting? Yeah. Okay. What I said. Cool.
I mean,
maybe. Here you go.
Let's see if Wasted can answer it properly.
Oh, I remember. I mean, I haven't hit 10 mil that hard today, man. It's a 69, man. You almost got to say noise after every time you say it. Come on, noise.
Yeah, 69.
It's missing things like glass.
Oh, he's not seeing.
Working on it right now.
Is that what we're doing with that? Because I was like, that looks like some kind of crazy wedging.
Oh, we gassed right here. Fender scoop.
No, these are the window brace bars for the door. So
okay, all right.
Crispy. See, I like dough in my pizza. I'm kind of like with Blake. If you want to make it into a pizza pie, like deep dish, I'm okay with that. I dig it. Comments. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't pay for it. We don't pay for that, so we can't dual stream, unfortunately, over here. We are yeah. I have a Rumble, wine. But I don't know about that.
How do you feel about wine sauce on your pizza? How fancy
I've never had. Isn't that like margarita or what they call that now?
Yep,
yeah. I've had it. Yeah, I've had it. It tastes fine. Yeah, it's good pizza.
What's it? No, Little Chicago.
There we go. Now
name that restaurant.
Blake. It automatically fills in. Huh.
Old Chicago.
That's the Canadian version of any social media. Just puts in A automatically. Oh God, that is the new. That's.
I've got no idea what he's talking about.
From there. It's the most well-mannered social media ever.
You can't. It just automatically, whenever you say something mean in the comments, it automatically like apologizes.
The hashtag is just like, hey.
You're just like, you know what? You just need to go F yourself. I'm sorry. Awful sorry about that. Just automatically post it in there. Oh my God.
We should start.
That would totally fix. That would fix all of the comment sections. Sorry, eh?
I'm a midget and I'm in my 20s, but I Google things about vehicles and I see that I make shorts for super fake deep voice.
No, sorry, eh? Because that was mean. So it's got to be sorry, eh?
It's a really mean comment, eh?
You're a creep. Sorry, eh?
You gotta remember the A shop. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is. We might be on. I mean, we've just lost it because whoever is in the comment section right now is stealing this as we speak.
Blake.
Well, if Blake gets it, I'm okay with that. I'll be all right.
What's the symbol for that? Just like Canadian.
A.
Maple syrup bottle. Hey.
Oh God.
Well, I'm totally
Auto
going with that. Let's
apology.
do it.
You got yes, you check that in the preferences.
Ain't your buddy, pal? Why ain't your pal, buddy?
Oh man.
Would you like the chat box? Would you like the chat box to automatically populate your A's?
Ace and Suris. Or you could probably make it do Bud too. Put that in there at the end.
Hey, bud.
All right, we've
Hey,
probably
bud. That
killed
wasn't
that
too
at this
nice
point.
right there, eh?
Hey, what are you doing? Canadian impersonation there.
Are you still allowed to do that?
I don't know. I mean, it's Canada face. Don't worry about it.
We so Gary and I have been doing British accents when no one's around for some reason. I don't know why that's a thing right now.
I try accents and I'll become some Russian dirty person. So
I watched. So you know that the guy that does the car videos where the face talks over the cars. There's another guy doing the face talking over jets,
okay.
like aircraft. And so he does one. It's the American jet talking shit to the Russian jet. They're going back and forth, and then the Chinese jet comes in, but the Chinese jet doesn't have an accent, and the Russian jet's like, "Why doesn't the Chinese jet have an accent?" And the Chinese jet's like, "It's 2023. He doesn't want to get canceled. Come on, man." And then it goes back to hanging up on the Russian one, and, because it's him doing all the voices. It's the one guy, and I was like, "That's hilarious!" Like,
That's pretty good. That is.
You have that.
Oh, auto passive aggressive. So that now see that one's a little harder though because there's so many different ways to be passive aggressive.
I mean, is there though?
In text though, I mean, because tone is everything with the passive aggressive.
No empathy there. But that's all in the perception of the reader.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes it really hard to do to convey passive aggressive in some instances. Yeah. Whereas sorry and A at the average. Sorry and A at the end of every single sentence.
A makes it passive aggressive.
It just it just amplifies it.
You don't know what you're doing? A.
Are you an idiot, eh?
A. Sorry,
you're very smart. A.
Sorry.
Sorry, but sorry. You're a moron, eh?
Yes. Your mother didn't love you much, eh?
Yeah. See, that's pretty aggressive all the way around.
Oh, that was too much. That just didn't too far. That's where the line
passive
is.
At all. Like,
okay, it's like it's just aggressive.
See where your PTSD comes from, eh?
Eh?
Well, you guys know what a newfie is, right?
What?
A newfie?
Yeah.
I would assume it's some sort of Newfoundland person of some
it's
sort.
our slang term for Newfoundland people, right? And they
You
talk
also
very
probably
differently
hate the French
than the
up there,
rest
too.
of us.
The rest of us.
So,
I feel
you
like
separate
all of
people
you
by dialects. Like if we did that in this country, it'd be bad. Like you just feel like,
I
guess we do by calling
one
people
side
Southerners or
yeah, but it's bad from one side of the state to the other in some places. What are you talking about?
There's two special dialects. One's Quebec, one's Newfoundland. The rest,
and then you have
Finland?
the rest of you all have some like you and Peg don't talk similar.
No, like we do have accents, and just like different parts of the states have accents, but for the most part, it's very similar. But the Newfoundlanders, they have their own language almost. At least it sounds like it. Because
it is its own thing out there.
And their accent, everything, it's the Easterner accent is very, very thick. But when you combine it with the Newfoundlander talk, it gets very difficult to understand. And it gets like the gypsies over.
The gypsies.
So Fox, A is the coil, eh?
Like I'll give you an example. There's heron in the bay, thousands and thousands of them. Probably must be near 500. That's how they talk out there.
Yeah, it's pikey almost.
It's almost pikey, right?
Yeah. No, I definitely when we were out there, you could hear that here and there. But then it was where I was at. Was out there right on the what's that little port town out there in Damn it.
Porttown, probably.
We were
Right,
no,
Florida, I bet.
is it St. John's?
It's near water.
St. John's is yeah.
I think St. John's is where I was at.
So here's a fun fact.
Uh,
They actually train people on news places around the country to actually talk like people from the Midwest because it sounds better.
I was going to say, no, is this one of those ones where everyone just thinks that the Midwest freaking accent is just warm and welcoming?
No.
And that's
Well, no, the Midwest accent is actually more generally mixed and actually better pronunciated than a lot of other accents or dialects within the country. So it's
sounds
easier
like
to
exactly
understand.
sounds like exactly somebody from that section of the country would say. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Weird.
Could you imagine going down to Louisiana and having a news anchor with a hard, just Southern accent, just
but you
on
don't.
the news?
But you don't get much in the way of accents on the West Coast. Like people from Washington State don't have much of an accent.
Correct.
You could really, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, when I was doing the acting classes, we were cautioned on certain words because when I was working on the movies, they would caution you about stuff like roof and about.
Yep. St. John's.
Yeah.
Mirrors.
Yeah, just different words that we pronounce a little bit different than Americans do, and it'll really mess them up if they're watching a show. So they don't want us to pronounce them that way. ZC, yeah.
That's always one that gets me, like Z28. Shut
or
up.
aluminium.
Yeah, well, that's more of a British thing. We say pronounce the same. But yeah, there's just certain pronunciations that are a little bit different, and if you go to a dialect coach or something like that, they'll sit there and drill it into you and try to correct it, just so you don't, because it's amazing how you'll pick up on some of that stuff when you're watching a movie, and then all of a sudden the whole scene gets wrecked because of one word.
All right, go down to Fox can fix it. You go down there. Good internet. What are you talking about, Fox? We started the internet.
We started.
All that other stuff's true, but the internet.
Just because you have internet right where you're at.
No, it's everywhere. State of Iowa, it's everywhere, literally.
Yeah, but
we have no such thing as bad internet.
We have determined they don't have bubble teas.
They don't. We don't have that yuppie garbage.
Oh, by the way, Katz, he's not yelling at you. He just always talks in all capitals. It's a thing. He's on a flip phone, right? Actually, no. I think he just told me he got his first non-flip phone ever.
Who are we talking about? Who's this?
My buddy Jared. He forgets that typing in all capitals is yelling.
Aggressive. Sign of aggression.
I purposely avoided that so as not to confuse people.
He was trying to save us from all of that.
It's like talking about Springfield in the US.
So it's two different places. I wasn't in the right place then. Okay, well, I'll have that.
Hey, we're almost at the time I announced that this would start. So, 10 more minutes.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I said 3. And you're like, yeah.
Back around. And I said, that seems like too early for you.
And we're back.
And I said, I'll do it whatever's good for you because I can do it whenever. It doesn't matter to me.
All right. Just saying.
Seems to be going well. Everyone's here, having a great time. Early afternoon.
Early.
Oh.
That's right.
For me.
Cinder block house. I mean, fiber-filled cinder block concrete. We're just talking
that
bare block.
All right.
Here in
all right.
tectonic paths. Let me fall that down.
You are an old man, so we'll allow it. He can all caps if it's easier for him to read.
Does that mean I can start typing in caps?
You know what? Listen, if you guys need to type into your jitterbug on all caps so y'all can see better, I'm not going to say you should go see an eye doctor.
Well, it'll save me from doing this.
You see me sometimes lead in. It's got to be done. All caps. Oh, man.
Cinder block with a brick wrap. I bet that's fun to drill a hole through. I've done that before.
So that's like a membrane wrap is what he's talking about then, right?
No.
What's
They
the
put a
wrap
brick
made of?
fascia on the whole front of the house.
Oh, okay. That's what he's talking about. Okay.
Yeah,
what do you got there, mongrels?
Well, that's
directions on how to do a dash.
Oh.
But look how small and how hard that is to read.
That is a worthless book.
Well, first
Here's
of
your
all,
manual. Have fun.
You read instructions?
Well, yeah.
See, this is why I work on shitbox Japanese cars. So you just rip them out, destroy them, put them back. No one cares.
Well, that's fine. But when you're putting something together, it came in boxes, and you're like, "What I need? What's
I
goes
like
here?"
instructions. Just
You just figure it out. You figure it out.
I'm an instruction guy. I put together a miter saw stand the other day.
You can't just figure it out. You got to go get something to tell you what's supposed to be in there.
No, you just figure it out.
No, you don't just figure it out. You need the list. Sorry.
I have too much fun with that. I probably shouldn't. Dudes is just not impressed. It's like this humor is too lowbrow.
I got nothing to say on this one.
Oh man. So
Mustang
dudes.
assembly instructions. Push car to dumpster. Buy literally anything else.
Oh.
Well, I mean, classic Mustang. I don't know. That's harsh.
I like the classic Stangs. And I actually do like the 70s Ford trucks. I do like those trucks.
Heart of the Robbins building. What is that? Where are we at on these questionnaires?
Do you mean comments? I was somewhere up there and I got lost when I laughed, and this is where we are.
We're talking about Edmonton stuff. So, just so you know, there's a little bit of a rivalry that goes on between Calgary and Edmonton, and Calgary just kind of considers all Edmontonians kind of.
So
well, not all with it, we'll say.
What I do know about Canada is everything is super far apart. Is that why there's such like dividing lines on every place in Canada? Like, you're way over there. This is a different place entirely.
Here we go.
We just call it Canada.
Still like Fords. Like I said, I don't mind looking at Fords. I don't like working on Fords.
No, I don't like working on Fords either.
I like the design. Okay. There's the definite lifted square body. So there's obviously not a lot for slammed square body in that statement. I like that. The definitive.
Yeah.
Ain't lifted, go home.
Lifted, yeah. If you ain't lifted, go home.
Well, you get some good stuff coming up from Shotcat.
Pizza Fornia, the machine that doesn't actually create pizza. What's it say?
You want to go back to this one? Oh, sorry.
Oh. So never frozen? It's Jimmy John's all over again.
Jimmy John's.
Yeah. You ever watch them make a Jimmy John's sub these days?
No. I've actually never had Jimmy John's. I've heard
fresh meat,
I remember hearing things about them being good back in the day, but
then they went into this like freaky fast. And the way they do freaky fast is they come in and they do like, let's say they have 10 subs on the menu, right? So they come in and they cut a bunch of meat for all 10 subs. So then they put it on this piece of wax paper with all the meats laid out for that sandwich, and they stack it in this little thing. So now none of those meats are freshly cut or anything like that. So then when they make your sandwich, they just pull bread out, slap all those meats on it, throw some garnishment on it, boom, sub's done. And it's like, that's something
and
awful.
It's not a good sub, man.
No, but it's freaky fast because, can't make a sandwich myself.
This dude's done way too much research onto this already. But how does it taste?
Large touchscreen prompts you to choose a type of pizza. Typically, there are approximately 6 options. My Dining Companion chose pepperoni, which has half price due to the National Pepperoni Pizza Day. This isn't a celebration.
I know. Did he leave his house and go to the pizza thing right now? I'm really confused.
Yes, he's really dedicated to this.
Dude, listen, you put way more effort into this than we have. I can tell you this.
There you go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, why not? They don't usually get to stay in the shop that long, but I got a lot of those.
Mine get relegated to outside. And
Yeah,
they
pretty
don't.
quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately.
With half price discount, their pizza was only $6. I paid a little more for my vegetarian pizza. However, it was unsurprisingly worse than the pepperoni. That has so many more layers of questions. Vegetarian pizza shop cat. What?
That sounded a little aggressive, eh?
Hey, sorry.
It looked like someone shot the toppings on with a vegetable shotgun, blasted it into a cluster near the center of the pizza. You gotta spread it around with a stick and a spoon, man. Come on.
Well, this is from the vending machine, I think, is what he's telling us.
The moisture of the vegetables was great enough that it prevented the high-quality mozzarella from reaching its chew-browned potential. Chewy browned.
I'm guessing he must be reading like
Reviews
right
or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
he might be. Yes. My dining companion and I enjoyed delicious pizza in the comfortable seating area next to the pizzeria whilst wondering playfully about the future of food service. Yeah, I mean, machine probably does it better than people these days. And possibilities of stocking your fridge at home with the pre-cooked pizza forronzo. An option if you want to cook at home and relax on the couch with your feet up. They sell these not cooked. Was that how much less is that? We embrace the revelations of the emancipatory technology. We watch students bustling about the campus. Oof. Sounds like he's stuck in the yeah, I mean, I'm not just not selling that stock well. Even if we don't see it on Earth's, perhaps one day somewhere there will be an automated post-scarcity economy where beings will be free to eat pizza and fully pursue their creative potential. I can't read these.
For a guy that has really made a niche about reading things,
I don't know
good at it. You're really not great at it, bud. I mean, I feel bad for the 2 or 3 people that came here from your post. I really feel bad for them to like if Dudes with Riches was your dude and he can't read today, Junior.
Live with
Dudes with Riches here. Butcher words one sentence at a time.
Type in the chat and dudes will butcher your words for the low price of $3.99.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Play today. Also
so my your Scottish Ashes from last Saturday. like the commitment was there. I was down for the commitment, but I was like, wow. We're still doing that, huh? Okay. Oh man, I had my van is a 2-tone red. I've got an '83 Ford Club Wagon that was 2-toned. Bigger lift.
Bulldog coming in to save me from myself. You should have put it in all caps, Shop Cat. What are you doing over there?
That's what it would have been. From now on, all comments must be in capital letters. We have decreed it.
Right, if you want me to read your post, you better put it in caps.
I'm sorry,
but I will not read it unless it's in caps, eh?
Oh shit! Here you go.
I'm getting carried away.
Yeah.
The best part response from the owner a year ago. Hi, Mitchell. Thank you so much for such a great 5-star review. We're so happy that you enjoyed your experience.
All right, we gotta get down to the rest. All right, so we saw this piston twisting. What is up, brother? We got the whole Canadian crew Yeah, everyone coming in.
Yeah.
Well, we tried to do it earlier in the day so all of our East Coast friends could come along, and then we did it way so early in the day.
Yeah, we're actually at the time where it's supposed to start, so maybe people will start joining in now.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm okay with that.
mattered. Why is
I hope it
everybody yelling?
did.
Probably. I'm sorry.
Why is everyone yelling yes? This is going to be great. This is just
I'm
getting
sorry,
better.
Travis Drum. It's become quite an exciting experience to be on the live here at Wasted Talent Fabrications.
It's gotten slightly out of control. Things.
I can't read that one. He had his cap locks on, but he's still trying to capitalize the first word.
Don't worry. Why is everyone yelling? See, I thought you might there, bud. I thought you might.
Wouldn't listen to this with headphones.
Oh no. Oh man. Here you go.
Now we're back to non-complaining. The vegetable shotgun doesn't really suggest an enjoyable experience.
Oh, so are you gonna opposite all of this? If they're in capitals, you're gonna say them softly.
Gotta get softly, quietly, and calming conversation.
Actually, I'd like him to attempt to read that how it's typed.
You don't want that. Nobody's audio wants that. You gotta roll into it. Vegetable shotgun.
No, it's too much S. You gotta know it's shotgun. Oh, you gotta make sure that
shotgun. Okay.
You got to make sure when you do the speak into the mic thing that you get really small because you're that funny voice doing guy that's a midget. Remember from
he's a midget, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. No, farther back.
And down a little further.
Down.
Hit the button on your chair and make it just go. Shh.
Actually, my chair sits down as low as it goes always.
I wonder if mine goes down more.
Sorry, I'm all over the place here.
It's as far as mine goes.
It is the 69. It is a Mach 1.
Correct.
A second. Yep. I knew that.
I can venture outside and see if the internet will reach out there and show you the other stuff
nice.
too. But
is it still daylight where you are?
Not a little bit here.
Let's see. I'll take the.
I mean,
see if it dies or not.
A clock should tell you. You shouldn't need to go see.
Do you know what time it gets dark?
I mean, dark time.
Yeah.
What time exactly?
What is it? It's a little after 6. Depends on the time of year, of course.
Internet gone bye-bye.
Oh, yeah, no, it don't like that. The internet is not a fan of that one. There you go.
There we go.
So many things.
Oh yeah, you got a little bit of light.
There's the F bodies. All down there.
You got the chat for a minute, dudes?
Sure. I have acquired the chat privilege. Even via 1,969. Thank you, Travis Trump, for joining in on the live stream.
There's the look outside. It's getting dark.
It's getting a little nicer. I'm just gonna get some water outside. I am ready for the weather to get better, man. I'm getting tired.
Travis, right? Eh?
There's the inside. Still working on it. Got windows.
Oh, you got them wingies. Back window. Oh, that's loud.
There's the engine.
What size motors I get in it?
That's 351 Windsor.
Okay. Stock model, or has it had things?
No, it's had things done.
I don't know where Frame Boy went, but he's gone now. Look at that. Baird chassis. There you go. Terry's Speed Shop is here. Hey, Terry. What's going on? I don't know where the host went. He's currently gone.
He's doing stuff.
stuff is happening.
So we did put a 4-link in the back of this. It's got 4-wheel
Okay.
disc brakes. It has the Randall's rack up front, so it's got the rack and steering. It'll be a nice driver when it's done. The only thing I would question is whether we leave the top loader in it or not.
So what would be the replacement for the top loader?
Well, that's the question. The plan is, if I get this done in time, it's coming down to no-name nationals. So that's a long trip with the 4-speed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Not that I can't do it. It's just it'll be revving like $3,000 on the highways the whole bloody time, right? So it'd be nice to have something with an extra gear in there. But
Put a gear vendors on it.
well,
Oh yeah, that's affordable.
that's not exactly cheap. We were just going to throw a T5 in it, but the problem with the T5, it's not a very robust transmission unless you get a real built one, right? We still might.
I went to go get, fill up my water, and I guess my headset disconnected because I thought I muted it so you wouldn't hear the lift go up.
He knows about the elevator.
Yeah. That's just he does know about the elevator.
Call it an elevator because elevator implies that it has some kind of like functionality past lift mechanism. I think it should call it just a lazy-nator.
What do you mean? It's handicap accessible.
Yeah, okay. Then it's a handicap accessible lift.
It's an elevator.
No, it's a handicap accessible lift.
I mean, technically, it's a pallet lifting device. It's that you drive pallets around a warehouse that has a thing it takes up and down. I am back. Thanks, Travis.
Platform or compartment housed in a shaft for raising and lowering people or things to different floors or levels. You don't have the shaft, man.
There is a shaft. Nah, there is a shaft. You know what? We're going to unplug and we're going to take a look.
Oh, here we go.
Has to have the full shaft.
It's a pretty big shaft.
You have to alarm me. We don't want to see
what we're talking about right now.
Hold on, I gotta turn the light on.
For those of you that just joined us, we are talking about elevator versus lift.
Yeah,
how the shaft.
That's what we're talking about. The shaft is the big difference here. Let me switch to the other camera.
I'm going with the Webster's dictionary definition.
So there's the shaft. See, it's that opening right there between the two, and then it goes back, and it's opened up, and the shaft goes up there.
I guess it has shaft.
That is definitely a shaft.
All right, elevator it might be.
Now it is just like a drivable pallet like thing. That's a mess in here. Here's my new tire machine I got.
Not new. New to him tire machine.
New to me. Well, she works like she's a trooper now. Oh, you want to see what the wife did to the Lexus tires? She drove until there just wasn't no tire left.
Because she knows you have a tire machine.
I was like, when was the last time you looked at your tires? She's like, I don't know.
That
seems safe.
Oh, yeah, no, she was on her way to work, and she calls me and says, hey, I got a flat. I say, okay, well, I guess I'll come get you.
Yeah, seems about right.
And apparently some other person...
Flat? Weird.
Some other person showed up and changed her to a donut, and then she went to Les Schwab to get a new tire, or get the tire fixed.
And they laughed.
You're like, did you look at this tire? She's like, no, someone took it off for me. She's like, oh, that tire's done.
Black and round tire does it not make?
So, but they're like, oh, $400. We get you 2 new tires, and it'll be here in a week. And I'm like, yeah, tell them no.
That's not how that works.
No, come home.
What do you do with your car for the rest of the week? Like,
oh yeah, do you leave it there? Oh, I mean, it was on a spare, so I guess she would just have to bring it back to him when the tires get done.
Well, the funny thing is our tires on that 67 Mustang nearly looked like that by the time we changed them.
Well,
they are. Well, to be fair, those tires aren't that old.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with the Lexus?
Well, those are the rear tires. Those tires are maybe 4 years old, maybe.
Well, yeah, that's average tire death.
I get maybe a year out of my tire. tires.
Listen, granted, it
40,000 miles, 10,000 miles a year, average. Yeah, that's dead tire.
Maybe I get longer out of because I don't run one car all the
drive 'em.
time. Yeah, I spread them out. But the problem is it runs into then they all need tires at the same time. Like
Yeah,
the
like it's
truck
like batteries. Batteries
and
last about
or
5 years, and
or
you use them
gas.
over 5 years.
or anything like that.
See right there, full shaft confirmed. Engage.
See, yeah. Listen,
maximum elevator shaft.
Listen, it even makes the noise. I actually did go to a place. I had to go to see a doctor in Klamath Falls, and it was an old historic building that had like a elevator operator that was in the thing and went up and down.
Close the doors and hit the buttons.
Yes, they would, and then push the right buttons to make it go to the things. And I was like, that is still a thing. Huh. I used the stairs because there was no way I was getting in that death trap. But
we got a talking point. Somebody's giving us a talking point.
Oh,
what is your guys' thoughts on Whistling Diesel? I don't traditionally watch him.
Yeah,
there's a lot to unpack there. A lot to unpack there. True. The fact that he has no cares and understands what he's doing is a money machine, or
yeah, exactly, because he's playing a game. He's doing a thing. He wants the hate. He's inciting the hate because he's made all well clear that the hate is what's paying for everything he's doing and enjoying. And on that point, I'm like, hell yeah. But I don't know, just for me to do, hey, I'm going to make YouTube to make YouTube. I'm just going to make a video of me destroying a thing so I can make more money to destroy more. I don't get the mentality, but but that's the whole point, Benny. He did that to piss off an entire. Oh, we were both going to that same one. To piss off an entire, niche group of people, niche people on that type.
And
of thing.
to bring out all the people that already hate that group, and just pile on, because that's how he gets a mass. Is essentially he hates on one thing, the other group comes in and it supports him, and then he hates on another thing, and the other group comes in and supports him.
And all he has to do is hold on. If he holds on to, let's say, 20-30% of that group that came to his defense when they go to the next thing, he's basically convince the pitchfork people that the torch people are trying to take away their pitchforks, essentially.
Pitchforks, and then you stand on top of your little mountain and you just go get them.
That only worked for so long, though. It's
you'd think that, but the reality of the internet is there's a lot of hate out there. And,
I think you'll notice that it's already. I guarantee those videos in his popularity has plateaued. I bet
shelf life.
Yeah, I bet he's floating at the wherever that is at this. Well, I mean, the thing is, he was never going to build it.
Fact that, he doesn't care about objects, and he's very upfront about that. I mean,
yes.
Ownership of objects is not his thing, but that is also, if you actually watch some of the more in-depth things they've done with him, his whole backstory is essentially owning objects is against his original religion. So it's
but for a guy that isn't supposed to own objects and doesn't have any care for them and destroys them, he sure owns a lot of things, like that property down in where is he, Pennsylvania or wherever the hell he is. You know what I mean? But yeah, I watch the stuff he does with Monster Max when he's not destroying it, but like when they were building it and revealing it and stuff like that. I thought that was kind of cool.
And I can respect anyone that honestly says, I'm not capable of building something. I've left it to these professionals to do so.
Yes. Yeah, and I have no problem with any of that. Tim Windsor, what is up, brother? How you doing? But yeah, the bullshit that he does to get the views. I've seen him in other people's videos when he's not doing the Whistling Diesel act, because it's very like you and I talked about with the whole Dudes with Wrenches thing going up. He has to play that act a lot for a lot of people. And you can tell some of the times where he doesn't want to play that game and he comes off as an asshole.
Yes, he has to come off as offensive all the time to try to tickle that people's nerves. And honestly, he probably doesn't want to do that. I mean, he just wants to be a guy that stands there and talks to people, but at the same time, everybody expects him to be abrasive.
Well, and it's not even just some of that is the persona you put on too. But I don't. Yeah, it's definitely a deal, man. It's not my bag, and I'm sure it will end sooner or later for him. They all do.
Well,
I mean, look at
think
Demolition Matt right now.
Yeah, all the YouTubes have gone through that cycle. You're going to have your peak, and then it's all going to fall apart. nothing's sustainable. It's like any TV show. It's like anything. You can only watch the same two cops solve mysteries before it's just like, I'm good.
Yeah, I've seen this episode already.
Yep. Well, it's like has anybody ever watched like SVU? You know, Special Victims Unit, Law and Order. You know, how many Law and Order episodes can you watch before they just all start looking the same?
Well, at that point, so you got to look at that too when you go with these long-running shows like Top Gear. Benny just said here they changed the presenters up for years. That's a very long-standing show, and SVU is the same way. They've changed people up, and the audience has changed over the years. You know, there's not a lot of people that have been watching SVU for what has it been on for 20 years or whatever. That show's been on for a long ass time. I have a hard time believing that the people there's a lot of people that are currently watching that were watching back when it started now.
Correct. Like, everything evolves.
It evolves, exactly. Yeah. So that plays a lot into some of these things. Like you say you're, fan of Top Gear and these guys, he destroys more than Top Gear. Well,
they destroyed stuff. Anything, they just did it in a practical way.
Did they do it in a practical way? Because it wasn't practical when they were doing it. They just pushed the bar a little further. And he said, okay, well, these guys pushed the bar. Let me push it even further. And that's all that we've done. That's kind of, we came back to the thing of talking about the comments earlier and how when I say it's kind of acceptable, it's not that it's acceptable. It's just that you have an environment that creates it. And you're always going to have a generation that wants to push the envelope further than the generation before in a lot of things.
I think to a point, but then at some point, it loses anything. It just crosses the line where, okay, it's just vulgar and stupid now. And
he's 100% leaned into that with like killing the GTRs or destroying he leans 100% into the fact that it's completely vulgar and it's completely over the top. And he just doesn't care, and neither does everyone else who comes there to watch it.
Squatted trucks. That's a large group of people that are just not accepted in the car community, but within their own groups, they're beloved. Like you're going to have a hard line drawn there. Where there are a lot of car communities, they draw a hard line.
What's up, brother?
Become passive. Where squatted trucks, you like them or hate them. There is no in between. There is no acceptance of squatted trucks if you're not part of that group.
I don't get it. If you want to put it on bags or hydros and make it squat.
Perfect example. You can look at a big wheel car and you can go, yeah, whatever. I don't care. That's his thing. But you look at a squatted truck as a person who builds anything, you just go, that's just dangerous. I mean,
well, it's kind of like the extreme camber on the deal.
Yes.
I look at those, and it's not that I go, that's stupid. I do.
No,
but it's more,
safety
I go, nah, I don't even look at safety. I go, those tires are going to get ruined. You're going to be putting tires on there every 10 minutes. That's ridiculous to me. That's where
I think about squatted trucks. I think about the angle of the motor and where the oil's going. That's all I can think about.
You're burning the bearings out of the front of that motor. There's no effing way that lasts for a long time. You're going to come into problems. The same thing goes with like crazy lifted trucks. I remember when Jared had that truck you see right there in the picture right there, his freaking front wheel fell off because they didn't tighten some shit when they lifted the truck. You know what I mean? You're going to run into these problems when you start doing.
And there's reasons why laws get created for these exact things. And the worst part about it is like there's actually a lot of states that have done laws to get rid of lifted trucks. And the problem it creates is they create these gray laws that say you cannot lift from factory bumper height lower or higher 4 inches.
Yeah.
And then all it does is give them an excuse. Lowered trucks.
Yep. I mean, and now they can just come around with a tape measure and give people tickets because your bumper measurements or light. And that's the other thing. I saw that with like the Diesel Brothers guys were getting. The one guy was on Instagram or Facebook, the Muscle, where he was getting a hard time for lifted truck by a certain cop on the force because you're supposed to measure from the center of your headlights, right? Well, on those Fords, they had the big, like, where they put exclamations points around the fucking. Well, so the cop was considering the middle between the two lights being the middle of the light, not the middle of the bottom light. And I just remember that being like, oh, wow, this is where we're at for this. Okay.
Well, and then it comes down to it's ruining a perfectly good truck.
That's a definite. There's no such thing as a perfectly good truck.
Yeah,
completely.
I can show you a brand new Ford F-150, and I can show you 10 people that'll tell you it's a piece of junk.
But it's ruining the whole purpose of a truck, no doubt.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Because if you get a squatted truck,
You can look at 100 trucks that get turned into race cars. I mean,
I would love to tell you what for you to tell me what the purpose of a truck is in 2023 because they don't get used.
But I'm a traditionalist here. A truck is to be used as a truck. Right?
Well, see now, and that's
nobody does anymore. The truck has become the minivan. It's become the station wagon. It's become.
I know it's become
well, and that's the other thing. At the end of the day, I don't care if my truck is an El Camino and I want to put wood in the back. It's probably a bad idea, but I'll do whatever I want with my truck. I mean, look at these guys that put stuff on top of their Miatas or whatever.
I've seen some fascinating stuff, but
I put 2x6s in the back, but they're Gen Camaro. It's fine.
Yeah, but you just wrecked the whole utility of the truck by doing that.
Well, and I guess the thing is that there's far more people driving vehicles.
I mean,
yes, it's the whole reason. Listen, I'll tell you. My GMC lifted 2500 diesel looks so good, but I can't haul gooseneck trailers and all the other things without lifting and dealing with that bullshit. So it's like I'll never do it because I bought that truck to serve a purpose. It's utility, but there's plenty of people that lift them and drive them and don't ever hook them up to trailers, and they look beautiful. And I think I feel like with cars, if you want to do whatever you want to do to your car, it's kind of like HOAs. I feel like HOAs shouldn't be able to tell me what I'm going to do with my piece of property unless they're paying for it. And the same thing goes with my car.
Piece of property.
To an extent of like obviously safety becomes, and I think it overstepped a little bit with the trying to crack down on squatting and saying it's illegal. Nah, get out of here with that bull. I think it's stupid. I think it makes the vehicle unusable for, like you say, the utility that it's supposed to be used for. But at the end of the day, if they want to do it, whatever.
There is somebody that moved up here from somewhere in our area, and he has a Tahoe, and it's completely squatted out to the point of ridiculous. Lifted in the front, dropped in the back. There's one. He's one of one in town. And I respect him in the aspect of there is no one that hangs out with him that doesn't hate his truck. And I think at the certain point, he only owns it for that reason.
Yeah.
Just because he shows up everywhere and everybody's like, oh, it's a squatted truck guy. And then I have to go, you're just building into why he owns it right now.
Yep.
It's the same people that stick the locally hated logo across their windshield. It's just like, okay, cool.
Well, and I mean, what was it before? What was before squatted trucks? What was the thing that everyone hated before squatted trucks?
Big wheels was a big one for a long time.
Donks for a long time. Yeah.
And donks have made their own niche. I mean,
and then it was all the Tokyo Drift freaking imports before that.
Wide body kits with super camber.
Wide body,
yeah.
Well, there was also some sub things in there, like the Rocket Bunny kits and all of that were their own, deal.
Well, and in our
then you keep going back. You keep going. Oh, you got Jeep people that are in, but you keep going back, and you're going to get back to the hot rods and all of the things that everyone else said they're ruining, and they shouldn't be allowed to, and it's terrible.
Remember in
and
the
it's like
80s when we did the reverse squat and we just raked the back up real high.
Oh yeah. Made them look like they were. Yeah.
Yeah, like that wasn't good.
Is it okay? So obviously, Jesse, anything is unsafe to certain excesses. You know what I mean? Even the one that you're talking about, raking it forward down. It is. You know how much more likely they are to roll over than.
Well, not only roll over. Everybody complains about ground clearance on a new truck. Well, ground clearance. The bumper was created in a position to where when it hits a passenger car, it doesn't kill the occupant of the passenger car. The second you lift your truck, you just made it unsafe for everybody else.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, I get that to an extent, but I don't give a shit about everyone else when I'm up in the woods and need to get to my house that's 3 feet under snow, and that extra freaking, distance is what I need to do with my truck in that instance. Now, granted, not everybody lifts their truck for necessity like that, but to tell me your safety is more important than my need.
Well, I'm not saying it is, but it is something you know what I mean.
To an extent.
What you want to live with at the end of the day.
Well, I don't really need to consider everyone's safety. We're more of a safety third kind of operation over here.
Yeah.
Scumbaggeries are us.
Fox Configured has brought a new challenger into the ring. Puddin's Fab Shop. I don't actually watch Puddin that much. I did in the past. I think he's a pretty likable guy.
I don't have a problem with Puddin. He definitely puts on his show and does the Puddin thing. And I dig it. Like, he's got his his whole thing going on, man. I like that Puddin got some money, and you know what he did is I like to think that Puddin paid off all the shit with the money he had coming in, and then he just got like all those tattoos because he's like, fuck it, I got money. I've always wanted all these tattoos because all of those tattoos look to be recent or all done around the same time. Like all of a sudden there was some money to be spent or redone, or maybe he had everything just redone. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch him before he was doing something.
I actually was watching him when he was building internationals because I like internationals. And he definitely did play a more constrained, like, I'm going to explain this to you character versus just free, open, whatever. And he explains that in a couple different videos where he said, I just tired of not just being me. And I believe he is being who he is.
Just have a snowplow for deep snow.
There you go.
Okay, Jesse. Yeah. Okay.
Can't see over the hood. Smart enough to character through, barely smart enough to play myself. Yeah, there you go. I mean, where's the caps? I can't read this without caps. Keep it truck level.
That didn't last long.
No, it's a button. Just leave it on. Yeah, and there's another good one. Fox can fix it. He took a vehicle that nobody else was messing with and nobody else was doing anything with, and he did something with it. And I think that's how I enjoy building vehicles. I don't like to build the mainstream vehicles, mongrels. No. And
mongrels. Chase, I like vehicles that people have to go, what is it?
Yeah, what is that? Everybody wants to call my Fairlane a Galaxy, which I don't really get. It's like, so you don't know what a Galaxy is either then. Cool.
Well, you have both, so it gets me confused.
True. Facts. But I like to say this, though, too. I think normal mainstream cars have definitely changed over the decades. I mean, what something was a mainstream car becomes unobtainium at a certain point. And then
and then at what point do the people that were like, you're making muscle cars is ruining, and then 20 years, 10 years later, like, oh, muscle cars, that's a bygone era. We missed, you know what I mean? How many people were the people that were like,
let's talk about the people that are building rat trap muscle cars now. You know, it's like, we don't want to see a restored nice muscle car. We want to see one that's all beat to crap, rusted through the door handles, and that's cool.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily people don't want to see that. I think it's more of a, let's face it, the majority of the shows
it goes back to the unobtainium.
That show people do it.
Yes. Well, it goes back to the unobtainium. Average guy can't own a GT anymore. Average guy can't own a Chevelle. Average guy can't get these cars. They're unobtainium. So the fact that you took a rusty one, you made it run.
But if you're going to be saying that, average guy can't buy a house right now. Our average guy can't, do a lot of things nowadays because
can't afford to feed his kids right now.
Exactly, because you got. Well, I mean, realistically, you got to hold
a rusty pile more achievable because you can look at it and go, I can build that.
So what's the problem with a rusty pile? Then I feel like you were talking shit about people building rusty piles.
I'm not making Well, I was my opinions, but I think you should build whatever you want. But at the end of the day,
I concur.
Don't build something and put money at something that has no value.
See, now, and that's the problem. That this is the role of the baby boomer, and then this is what they have done as a generation to us. We've taken things that were cheap and shitty, and then we've made them into this thing that we now say are worth a bunch. And then other people said they were worth a bunch. Chevy, they're the big ones right now. But look at Vets. Because Vets were before it. Vets were the big thing that jumped through the roof, and everyone. And now all those people that have those Vets are like, fuck, because this isn't worth.
I gave $200,000 for this thing that now sells for $80,000.
Tell them. I'm gonna say your what was that? Oldsmobile.
So let me tell your Oldsmobile. 62 Buick Special. Nobody has loved 62 Buick Specials, even though they're a unique, awesome-looking car, in my opinion. They just recently put one up for auction that was the best of the best one ever built, and has Art Morrison chassis, 455, TK06 speed, 4.9, all the bells and whistles. The car was built. It went on many shows. It sold in 2006 for almost $200,000. And then now it's gone up for auction again 20 years later after the build. The auction went as high as $15,000 before they said reserve not met and pulled the auction because they couldn't get someone to bid over $15,000 on a car that took hundreds of thousands to build.
No, that's not true. They couldn't get 2 people to bid over 15 grand.
I was one of those people, and they didn't let me have
and you were willing to go further, but no one else wanted to play.
Hey, I really thought it would go for more, and then they just pulled the rug out from underneath it, which, to their credit, I wouldn't take 15 grand. I mean, I would have to be very desperate to take that.
Well, what do you think the fees are? What do you think the fees are for pulling out of an auction like that?
Well, no, if you set it as a no reserve or with a reserve, there's a fee for posting it with a reserve. So you're gonna pay that away. There's no pulling.
Yeah, but what do you think that fee is at that point?
Oh, they were probably paying $3 grand just to put that thing on
3
the block.
Gs. Yeah. So they lost out on 3 grand, which is a lot better than losing out on 100 grand at that point.
Correct. And realistically, you couldn't touch building that car for 50. You couldn't build the motor and trim.
Well, but that's the problem with cars, and this is the same thing I've talked to you about in the Can-Am market, is in every other market, it doesn't matter that you spend $150,000 to build that car. The car is only worth what it's worth when people are willing to buy it.
Well,
and just because you put things into it doesn't necessarily raise its intrinsic value. But
and everything can be looked at like art. Everything is art. So it's all subjective. It's all up to what somebody wants to spend for it and how much hype is built around it. So if the hype is built around square body Chevys right now, they're going to bring a bunch of money regardless of what they actually are.
Well, it's like that for anything, honestly. Like even look at our gold standard. Let's analyze gold.
What gold standard?
Okay.
The only people that have any gold are you Canadians up there. And we just send people up there to mine it out of the ground.
What I'm trying to make is at the time that gold became valuable, what was valuable about it? It was just a shiny metal. It wasn't really used for much.
Well, you want to start to, it's all shiny metal. I mean, everything we talk about, it's all shiny metal.
Whatever is the shiny metal at the time is what has the value.
I mean, if you actually traded in skills and things like that, nothing would work. I mean, our economy runs everything. We had to have shiny metal or nothing works.
So you can't get too big to where you don't respond to comments.
My whole point is it just happened to be gold that was made, it was a value assigned to it that say, hey, this is worth something. And people wanted it. They decided it because it was the shiny metal at the time. Now, gold has a useful purpose nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, it was giant. Yeah, well, it's all intrinsic value, whatever somebody's willing to pay for the thing. But you end up with a lot of people that are, you get this in these markets where people are like, hey, this is worth this. And then other people go, yeah, it is. And then you're like, but why? And then something happens and it just drops out. And then there's people left. I guess the same thing goes on with the NFT sector or like even crypto at this point. A lot of people left holding bags that made poor decisions on that.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Diesel Brothers...
legitimately a rich people telling you something was worth money, you investing all your money into it, them pulling all that money out and going, good luck, everybody. You have something that's worth nothing.
Didn't they do the similar things with like railroads and other companies and things that were bought up, inflated, and then sold off for pieces?
But Bitcoin is literally fake. I mean,
okay, so it's more of a Ponzi scheme. I'll give you that.
Or like this thing over here. What thing? I don't know. Put your money over here.
So the Diesel Brothers show or the Diesel Brothers freaking YouTube stuff?
Yeah, or their business.
Here? Or their businesses.
Yeah, or, they were big before they were ever a TV show.
Well, they weren't big,
publicly.
But he was a public thing. They were doing their things, but they were selling. He was trying to build to the thing he is now. I mean, he's always been trying to get to where he's at right now. The TV show. Okay. The TV show at first, the first season or two, I thought was fresher and fit in with the segment they were trying to, with Gas Monkey and all those other things. I think it very quickly became we're just building ridiculous trucks that no one actually gets.
I also think you have to acknowledge that I don't think Diesel Brothers would have even been a thing if the diesel trend would not have happened.
Well,
they jumped on a bandwagon real hard and went, hey, this is
but they were on that bandwagon long before it came to TV.
Exactly. But it was a thing of like they acknowledged something was going to start selling in a heavy amount, which was diesel trucks and the trend of everybody needing to own one.
Well, that's the same thing. Like
laid into it.
That's the same thing like Dennis Collins buying up all those Jeeps and all whatever it is. He corners the market on freaking vehicles. He buys he figures out what the next thing is he thinks is going to be the thing. Then he buys them all, or all the ones he can get a hold of, and then he rides the market up on them.
Yep.
It's and there's nothing wrong with doing that. I mean, it just is what it is.
Smart business sense. Like that's what it comes.
Yeah, at a certain point, there is money to be made by a small percentage of people in that aspect, but they make it act like there's a bigger money to be made by all, and that's not how any industry works. So,
vehicles have always been that funny thing where, at the time, it might not have been a cool car. It was just a vehicle, but that's what you grew up with. So the nostalgia
there's a lot of things that affect that. Yeah.
So the nostalgia kicks in, and that's one of the reasons why the square bodies are so bloody popular now.
Yeah, because everybody's grandpa had one. Everybody's dad had one.
Right.
They made millions of them.
That's the trick right there, because you don't have to have a car that is cool up front as long as they made millions of them.
Yeah,
if they make enough
Buick
of them,
special, 100,000. That's why nobody knows what they are.
Exactly. If you make enough of them, they'll get into junkyards, they'll get into second hands, they will get into third, fourth, fifth hands, they'll be scumbagged together, and everyone will have, a memory with them, like you said, and it turns them into, you can make pristine models that people with money there'll be two types of people. The people that want it because their friends wanted it, they don't have any intrinsic value to it, but it makes them be cool, or the people that have some sort of attachment to it, and those are what's going to drive it up, those two deals.
And you can still look at rat rods as a good example. Rat rods are popular still somewhere. There's niche groups, but rat rods blew up. Everybody had to have a rat rod. Everybody had to have a patinaed car. I remember all the people that fake patinaed a car, spend all this money to fake patina a car, and now that's kind of drifted off. There's still people that love it, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it has been one of those things that it grew to be a big market really fast, and then everybody went, I don't want one of these because you can't drive it.
So me and you have talked about this, not to get you off the rat rods, but I don't want to lose this on here, about why all of a sudden did they stop doing giveaway trucks on theirs, and all of their YouTube friends are all, because everyone that's done any sort of collab with them on the YouTubes now all do YouTube or truck giveaways. Yeah.
Yep. They all figured out the money and giveaways.
Well, so my thing is, obviously Dave's
giving away a Tahoe I want right now.
I'm going to say Cletus has given away a bunch of stuff after he dealt and did a bunch of dealings with things. And Cletus is a smart guy and he takes things. But why are they getting out of that game as everyone is getting into that game? And I don't exactly. We've talked back and forth a couple of times on this.
Well,
I don't
think
quite
it comes
understand.
down to they're just going to get on the next thing. And they can see that because of government regulation, diesel market has been dropping.
But
because you can't modify your diesel all the time. They'll just get into airplanes. I don't know. He makes
he's been getting stuff. Heavy equipment has been his big thing. He keeps because there's no emissions shit with a lot of that old heavy equipment.
And I think he's a pretty smart guy and he's pretty well off and he's he likes to work with his community and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, if he walked away from the public eye, it really doesn't affect his money making ability.
Well, and that's what he isn't doing. I mean, his YouTube channel is obviously public eye, but I don't know how much big. In front, he's not like he's going for public office or anything there.
No, but he does do a lot of stuff in his community. I mean, he's a huge advocate for what do you need? He'll figure it out.
Oh yeah. I feel like I don't know him personally, but I feel like a lot of the people that do seem to think he's all right.
This is one that I want to bring up again and again and again and again and again. I understand the General Lee is iconic. I understand that people in their 20s and 30s watched Dukes of Hazzard. That car is iconic because it was on a TV show. Are we going to agree that because it was on a TV show, it makes it a great car? Or are we just going to agree that it's a great car? What are our opinions on the General Lee? Because I'm not a huge Charger fan.
Both. I think the car it has a certain look to it. And whether it's the Bullet Charger or whether it's the General Lee, the Chargers just have a mean, aggressive look to them.
They are menacing.
But have they become popular just because the reinsurgence of the new Red Eyes and Hellcats? And I mean, has that made them more popular? Or they just always been
coming up?
Or are you talking about the or the General Lee at this point? Because obviously, I don't think any of the new anything is helping the General Lee. I don't think there is not a lot of callback from new Chargers to old Chargers. It's not like the Camaros or the Corvettes or the Mustangs or anything like that.
Here's Here's what happens in any market.
Yeah.
When a Mustang becomes super popular and you get a bunch of really popular Mustangs that start costing 80 grand, you start looking at an old Mustang going, I can get 40 grand for this one. And that brings up the market of the old car, because when the new one becomes valuable and popular, the old one is going to do the same because it becomes a comparable value.
There's a big jump between old Chargers and new Chargers. There was a big gap there.
Well,
physically.
The simple fact is, the new Mustangs are nice for different reasons, but I don't really. They're not iconic to me. This is.
Well, the problem is the reason that's iconic to you is because it's fucking old and you're old, and that's what makes it iconic.
Well, I mean,
it wasn't iconic. It wasn't.
30 years from now, Hellcat Red Eye is going to be.
Exactly. In 69, that was just another shitbox rolling off the freaking assembly line down at Ford,
And I have a couple perfect examples of that. One is that 78 Trans Am. Now, again, this is a movie car, but it's not the movie car, right?
Yeah.
But
it's all about nostalgia.
Until fairly recently, like the last 5 years, those cars weren't worth that much.
No.
And then the last
what happened? What happened?
Is the third
what happened in the last 5 years, though? That's why the Smoking the Bandit cars got expensive.
But the third gens are just skyrocketing in price too.
Yeah,
it's true.
And there's no, besides Knight
They're
Rider,
not
no real iconic third gen.
At the end of the day, they're not making them anymore, and those people that were Knight Rider fans are now old enough to have disposable income to buy something like that.
It's people my age. They grew up. Yeah. Those were the cars in the high school parking lot. Those were the cars that everybody saw, and they're on this weird verge of not as expensive as a Chevelle, not as this, but they're drivable. There's honest, real, original replica still version. I mean, how many actual obtainable, all original SS Chevelles are you going to find in existence, period, that you could ever touch? Where a Camaro or a Firebird, you could touch one of those for 12 grand.
Yeah.
You aren't touching shell of a Chevelle for 12 grand.
But that is the point I'm making, is the Fox body Mustangs, the third gen Camaros and Firebirds, there were no really high-end popular movie cars.
They were not a good car. But they're still
very popular cars because they are the iconic car of the youth at the time.
Yes. But there was never such thing as a good one.
Yeah.
I mean,
because there was a time when the Chargers, they weren't worth that much. I almost bought a 69 Charger RT 440 with the 4-speed for
that would have been an amazing car.
And I said, oh, no, I think it was $5,000, but that was back in the 90s. And I was like, oh, no. That's too expensive. I'm not going to pay that. I remember
my grandfather used to dirt track cars. He used to turn everything into a dirt track car. He didn't care about what it was. It was a dirt track car on Sunday. And he owned a used car lot. So he could buy up stuff cheap. They ended up getting a 69 GTO Judge 455 4-speed car, purple, all the stickers, beautiful car. Somebody ruined it a little bit, bent the bumper, and crinkled up the quarter panel. Because of that, and it was sitting on the lot, and nobody wanted it because of the little dent. Dirt track car. Yep. They stripped that thing down, busted out all the windows, threw a set of dirt track tires on it, and burned it up in the first hot lap, melted that motor down, and junked it. So that was the worst dirt track car ever built.
Yeah.
You know what somebody would give for a 69 GTO Judge?
The more you talk about your grandfather, the more I'm like, that dude liked to party.
Yeah. But let's talk about that for a moment, because let's talk about the Tri-5s.
Oh, you want to
because
talk Tri-5s?
There's a great example of a car that was not worth anything, and then all of a sudden it skyrocketed in value, and then people lost interest and it came back down and leveled out.
Because
and
it
then
became unobtainium.
Yes, but then it came back down. And then
they always come back down.
They're the hot ticket again now, and they're starting.
But it's still too much cost. I remember a day when you could buy a whole '57 Chevy for $600. Now you can't buy the hood.
Yeah.
Well, again, this comes down to a car that was mass produced in a fashion that made it widely available. And now they have all been scrapped, cash for clunkered, freaking rotted away, stored away, wherever they are. And it comes down to like anything else. They're just not making them.
There's a reason they're still finding Tri-5s in barns, because they're still to be found. They're just everywhere because they made
But
so
they are
many
in worse and worse shape as they're coming out of
Oh
these
yeah,
barns.
age does
Oh,
everything.
yeah.
You find one that's
Yes.
unmolested, that's not a rat trap that's been
Yes.
restored 3 times. That's hard to
This
do.
right here. People are trying to buy their youth back, and there are literal people, like I was saying, Collins and even Rollins, both of those guys
Well,
are buying up cars that they think are going to be the next thing that
I'll
are
say
going
it.
to be the nostalgia market.
I'll say it right now. I grew up with 80s cars. I've owned 80s cars. I don't love 80s cars. I don't like the look of them. I don't like the feel of them. They're good cars. I'm buying back my father's youth. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, I have no
we've
interest
talked
in
about
80s.
this. You're off a generation. Your shit's all messed up.
But
You're
is in some ways totally correct because I'm the same, and with the exception of I do like my third gen F bodies. I do like those cars. I know your opinion on them, dudes, and I know your opinion on them, wasted. But I happen to really like those cars, and it's because it was kind of the unattainable car for me at the time when I was going to high school. You know, the wealthier kids or whatever, they had
it was
the
a
hot
brand new car when my dad was 18.
brand new car, and people would go, and if they had that, that was the hot car, that or a Fox body Mustang.
Yep.
Those were the hot cars. Now I can't stand the Fox body Mustangs. I got no use for them. But
I own one now, so don't talk about it too bad.
I'm not gonna. That's just me personally. They're a cool car. They're amazing for what they were, but they are, to me, they're a cheap car, and they always will be a cheaply built car.
Oh yeah, they were not built well.
No,
There were some good engineering ideas coming out of them.
Absolutely, and you got some.
Yeah, there was a lot of like
solid
that's going to be something one day, but it's really bad right now in the
and you got
80s.
some solid performance out of them at the time, but they are were and still a cheaply built car,
Yep.
and that just hasn't.
Well, I
changed.
mean, aren't all cars essentially
yeah,
cheaply
yeah,
built?
yeah,
I
but-
mean,
Unless
they're
you're
not
talking
out.
Mercedes or
Well,
Cadillac.
yeah, or
Something
ones
that
that are
was built
specifically
elegantly,
coach
you know.
made. Yeah,
But
or whatever.
even if I compare it to an F body, the interior in the F body is absolute crap and junk. I'm not going to dispute that. But the rest of the car is actually pretty good. It's pretty solid.
Caveat:
Okay.
as long as it has been kept up and there is no rust, because once you get rust in a third gen of any kind,
Yeah.
it's done. Like
Well,
there is no
agreed.
fixing
But
that
what
car.
I'm saying is that the powertrain and everything in those things are very solid. The suspension
Yeah.
was
They
decent.
worked because they couldn't outwork themselves.
Yeah.
It's like
Yes.
G bodies. G bodies are heavily sought after now.
Oh,
G
yeah.
bodies were never built to
That's
be
insane.
great.
I was never a fan of port windows on Thunderbirds. Didn't like it.
But
They're actually called opera windows, but
Whatever.
but
Dude.
there's something that
Okay,
also,
I was in the Navy. They're port windows. I don't care what the
there's
hell you
something
call
that
them.
also comes into play here. Like when I was growing up, my dad had a 81 or an 82 Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And it was a nice car, but there was nothing special about it. The same we
That's
had
wild.
also the same year of Monte Carlo.
oh yeah,
It was just a
they're all the
G-body,
same
right?
car.
It's
All
still a
the
nice
same car.
car. It's a good family
It's all
car.
McDonald's, man.
But
Well, I like that because that's
But
played
now-
in the for moving things around and swapping parts over. It really helps when they cookie cutter cars like that.
yeah, but and for the longest time, those things were like $300-400 cars. But
Oh, yeah.
now, holy crap, you
Yeah.
can't find one for less than 12 grand. That's any
Nope.
type of-
Well, there's another thing with that here. So some of the reason why some of these are going up is how many local junkyards have you seen die out
Yeah,
over the
there
last
is no-
10, 15,
there is no-
20 years? All these cars are chopped up and sent back to China to be put back into the new cars.
Well,
Yeah.
a perfect example of that, I bought a 64 Ford Fairlane. Ford Fairlane. Okay, that's a common Ford. They built 1 million of them. You can't buy parts for the dang thing. You can't get parts for the thing. I have searched high and low for over a year just to get some suspension parts to put it back together affordably. And it's just like, this is insane. This is a car they made a lot of, yet they don't exist anymore.
Well, here's Fox talking about this 55 thing. You got Finnegan and Dave and all these other guys that have been, or even Lutz has been,
Alex Taylor,
making
Lutz,
these things. Taylor, all these guys are doing these things and driving the popularity up on these as well.
But here's the thing, though, and here's the important part about everything they're doing, and you can even hear it when Finnegan talks about like the rubber ducky. You spend $15,000 on a car that was an X-drag car that needed completely cut back apart, redone, and you throw another 30 grand in it. For an average guy, that is not an option. But they do it all the time, you know, and they talk about like cars like Blasphemy. That has hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. I mean, it's
when he built that thing first, it was on a budget as you could be with something like that. I mean, because it is a one-off everything.
His Charger, you know, that race car version. Yeah. I don't doubt there isn't 30 grand into that car.
Well,
which one? The Death Metal Charger?
Death Metal Charger.
No. Right.
Well, so no, you can't judge those cars because those cars were built on production budgets. Those were Motor Trend paid for those.
It's for people to get this false idea that I should build something like that because I think it's cool. You have to have a different goal in mind.
You can do that because you think it's cool. There's nothing wrong with doing that because you think it's cool. Well, the wrong part is to think that it's so easy for any dude on YouTube to go build Blasphemy or Rubber Ducky or any of these other things that when you're at the top and it makes sense, like Travaris is a great example for that.
Oh yeah.
And he comes right out and tell you, he's like, what I do does not make sense. These cars would never get rebuilt if it was not for YouTube. It doesn't make any sense to do it.
Well, perfect example is everybody's watched American Pickers, right?
Yep.
And they go out and they show themselves giving all this money for an old bike or a tin can or something. Okay. Well, I've gone to their stupid little shop. Everything they bought, they still have. They haven't sold it to anyone. It has no actual value. And when they sell it, they sell you the DVD copy of the video, and they tell you it's valuable because it was on the show.
It's a double thing though, because it doesn't matter because some people buy some of it. It doesn't. They got paid to go buy it in the first place. It's already paid for itself.
But that's what people need to see through. The transparency of some of this stuff is this car was built and it's cool and it's awesome, and you can build one and you should if you want to.
Yep. But it comes back down. It comes back down to what we started with this conversation.
Have a value.
Your Oldsmobile we talked about is right back. We're back where we started. They built it. It didn't make sense to build it. They built it for a thing where they were write off the money or whatever it is. And now somebody paid a bunch of money and now has a car that isn't worth the $200,000.
Oh yeah, that Buick. It's a beautiful car. It's amazing. It's cool. It'd be great to drive, but no one is in the market for a 62 full custom Buick Special.
Not for that kind of. It's like a fully rebuilt. Okay, so the Gas Monkey Garage did that Ferrari. What was it? F30, F40, whatever the hell it was, and somebody bought it and then turned around and tried to sell it a year later, and same thing happened. It just tanked because at the end of the day, no one. It's a total Ferrari.
Remember 15 years ago when people would talk about Superbirds like they were just this mythical car and you just couldn't have one, and they don't make these and they're all and now they're just in rows. People have restored them and restored them and restored. You find everyone you can find, you restore it, and it's still a valuable car, but it's not like it was 15 years ago. And it's because every time you put that kind of price on something, now everybody and their mother goes out and gets everyone they can find and creates an industry of rebuilding it, which then drives down the value.
I want to touch on this. Have you priced out a Power Wagon of any sort?
Yeah. That's one of those ones like it's a K5, it's a Bronco. They're all the same market at this point.
Yeah. So I want to get down to this electric car one here in a second here, because I think yes, car companies are all switching electric, blah, 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 blah. But this is the same way car companies all went to small, compact shitbox cars for very many years. Like we did that. All of them did it. Was it the Focus and the freaking what were the they all had different names. What was it? The X? What were the little Chevy ones? Cobalt.
There's a major difference though.
I don't think there is. I think it's just a thing, man. They're on the latest thing. There's a major
difference. See, at least when they did that, there was supposedly less fuel. And that was one of the reasons for them, and reduced emissions and stuff. But the infrastructure was still in place for that type of vehicle.
It didn't matter, though, because here's the thing. They still shut those plants down 10, 15 later when that trend – it's all trends. That's what I'm saying.
I totally agree. But there's still that segment's out there, the fuel economy cars, the efficiency cars. But you're
but
right.
who's making that now? No one makes a fuel efficiency car anymore. That's small engine. It's all EV or whatever, and they're not even small anymore.
But the difference I'm pointing out is you don't have this infrastructure to support all these EVs.
Yes. And guess what? Iowa Power Man might have all the power they need, but I know in California they don't have it all.
No, and when you hit that crossroad of you can't use your vehicle because XYZ, people are going to say, well, this thing's useless. And they've already started realizing that when these people
we're already seeing that when they're stuck on the side of the roads with their electric vehicles.
Here's the story. Cash for Clunkers was a thing. And you can tell me I'm wrong. But it became a thing because it inspired you to buy a new car. Because when that was a thing, everybody was still driving something that was still perfectly fine. Because in the mid-90s, we started building cars that would go 300,000 miles. So you had to give people a reason to buy a new car and re-stimulate the car companies. That's why we were going through a huge crisis. Now, all these electric cars are, again, is you can drive your car to 300,000 miles. Why would you buy a new one? Well, you got to have that gas efficient. We got to do this. It's just the new big thing.
Exactly.
So we're going to run through the new big thing, and we'll find another new big thing.
Yep. I don't know what it'll be next. They might come back. They might do exactly what you're talking about, where they get to they're like, oh, we can't make any more EV cars. No one wants to get that because of the reason of the grids or whatever. And we'll come back to more whatever.
It's always been to get rid of the dealers.
That they've been really pushing to that lately.
Well, that's the whole idea. So the EV car does not fall into a dealer regulated sale.
So far. That's really only Tesla. Tesla's been the first ones to really get it. Now everyone's trying to copy what Tesla has done, because of the workarounds with
if you can mainstream internet ordering an electric car and having it show up to your house, that's how the company wants to do it. They lose so much money by having the dealer sell it.
Carvana tried to do that, and it didn't work out. Well, yeah, but you're going to run into the same problem.
Yeah, and you're going to run into the same problem with maintenance and all the other things that's going to create. I mean, to tell you the truth, the person that's going to make out the best moving forward is the guy who owns a mechanic shop. Those are the people that are going to start earning money like crazy in the next 15 years.
A guy that owns a mechanic shop that can work on those cars, but you run into the same problem like Rich Rebuilds and everybody else is doing their deal with. You're not allowed to. It's right to repair. You're not allowed to repair the EV car, so it has to go back to the guys we say it goes to and whatnot. Oh man, what do we got going on here? Wow, the chat. Ed, the old heck. Ed, appreciate it, brother. You get
that's the thing about it is you're touching on that, but it's also going to be the people that actually have the knowledge and survive the dead spot for that for a while, because they're going to lose.
It's all going to be.
It's going to be woo, and then there's going to be a whole bunch of experienced people leave the industry, and then you're going to have, these cars are crap. I want my old car back.
You know what?
And those guys will be okay.
Change gears, but it does scare me a lot to watch electric cars get in major pileups, wrecks, or fires. Because we're not ready to fix that problem at all yet.
How many? I mean, are all response vehicles that are responding to crashes rated with fire extinguishers to try and put out that fire that can't be put out?
In fire that's so hot it melts concrete. I mean,
yeah. You have the potential on one of those bridges in California to watch a Tesla or another one in a crash burn through the freeway and go to the bottom freeway.
And this is something you can't replace the infrastructure fast enough. I mean,
that's
a huge problem.
Well, and these are all problems I'm sure were brought up with the last great technology, that fucking leap that came. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of fear of the unknown and all of that in there too. So it's who knows, man. I think that we've talked plenty that going to an all electric deal is not a system that I think is going to work for the amount of cars and things
right now.
You're right, and I don't think that I don't think having
see an even bigger evolution in the ability to have power.
But I don't see any problem with I think the EVs make a market and meet a market that in cities and small commuting distances that make more sense than any other thing.
They're
I
great
can
for if
see
you're
it.
in a city
Yeah.
community, but at the same time,
The
they're
fact that
not.
we have to say, the fact that you have to say you have to have this, or in the state of California, you can't do this anymore. Like, I don't see the need for that. If you make the product good, people will buy the product. If you make them good enough that they're better than gas components, people will go there. You will even get us, all of us old crusty, cratchety guys that say we'll never leave petrol. One day we'll be like, well, that little thing that gets me down to the shop and back and lets me drive my other car for cheaper, it's not a bad thing. And I want the new Bluetooth thing it has, or whatever the deal is.
There was a budget right now where I could go afford a small Fiero and slap a electric motor in it to run the rear. I'd be driving that thing back and forth to work every day. Like,
Yeah,
it wouldn't even be a thought in my head.
well, and they make those kits. A guy out of California that makes them.
For me, it's just not an option. It only.
Oh yeah, no, because I'm
honestly,
2.5 miles from my office.
It's the same problem with me. It's not an option for me out here because I don't have the infrastructure to charge it at the house effectively to get where I need to go without upgrading a wall, essentially.
Let's just take that right out of the equation. Even let's say it was charged, and you got to run to town and then come back. How much distance? How much hill climbing? How much cold in the winter do you have to deal with? You're just not going to be.
Well, that's a great question.
You go into
how
ditch
much does
now it just you freeze to death.
Well, no, you go into the ditch, you'll catch on fire, so you'll be fine.
It'll melt the snow. You'll get out.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Instead of
as long as you're out next to the car as it's burning, because it'll burn for hours, so it's really smart. The fire will alert people to the fact that you're in trouble and need to be helped. It'll keep you warm and make sure emergency services find you. I feel like Elon really came together on this.
Kind of like all out. It's fine.
It really did.
Well, the biggest problem we have, one of the biggest problems is that all the other states have to base their environmental policies on the carb.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it just does not apply to every state. It's a California thing. And so there's no reason.
I don't know how anyone can sit in the world we live in today and say that if we can't get China to stop polluting the world at a rate that has not been seen since America was doing it, you know what I mean? Then it doesn't matter how much.
We do all have to acknowledge that all these other third world countries are just doing something we already walked past.
Yes, and it's part of growing, and it's a thing. I totally.
Being a third world country.
It is totally part of not being a third world country. But the problem is, you can't be does that make us a fourth world country now? We're going into this part where we have to kill ourselves to
third world country,
and
that's like you can't.
That is the very frustrating part about being an Albertan is that we have like the most ethically sourced oil there is in the freaking world, pretty much,
and it costs so much money that it doesn't make it worth it to burn it over the good stuff.
And we have to pay these huge levies and carbon taxes when we have the natural the forestry and everything that takes most of the carbon out. Like, we do not produce. We are not a net producer of carbon.
Oh, is that what you just saying? Because you have trees and it scrubs, and so you should get a credit for your trees. Oh, I like where you're at here.
Well, we should. We really should. We shouldn't be paid.
I think you're not. I don't think you're wrong. No. I think if you are going to have a country, if you're going to be part of your Paris, this is go back to your Paris thing, right? This is part of your Paris Accords or whatever it was for the Wakanda Forever or whatever. Is that what you're talking about for all this, for the extra money on oil?
You've gone off point here, I think.
It was the Paris green
Paris
thing you were
Accord.
talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Was that what it's called? Was it really? I was kind of being sarcastic about that.
Were you?
I've totally derailed now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tracks are back over there,
I
man.
had something.
But it's what it comes down to.
And then you looked at me like you didn't get it, and I was lost.
It's a transfer of wealth. That's all it is. And people are too. I don't know. I don't know why people buy into it. I really don't.
Well, everything is
it just
economic
farming
based.
at that point?
If everything is
Or this
economically
farm- rich
based
people
for
farm
our
money?
society to work, it all works through economics. And if you have someone that's making a bunch of money selling oil, you're going to have to make them pay for trees.
Yep. Well, okay. Well, here's part of it though. If you were to go
Okay.
up to our oil sands, I've been up there before they go in and take the oil out, and you can pretty much light the rivers on fire because the stuff
Oh,
is
yeah.
bubbling out of the ground.
Have you not seen
Hmm.
fracking? You know how that
And
works?
yeah. And so when the companies come in there, and here's the trick is you've got all these other oil companies funding all these environmentalists to come take a look up here and say, oh, what's going on up there? And they come and look, and we get the slough pond next to the factory and stuff like that while they're actually processing, and they're cleaning the sand up. But when they're done, they go in there and they plant all
yeah.
these trees. And
Well, it's just like
they put
logging. I
fresh
mean,
dirt in,
It's
and they
Ed's got a good point here
they
too
move.
on this whole rush to put out EVs that I wasn't even thinking about. Think of okay, they say don't ever buy a first gen vehicle of whatever X,
yeah.
Y, and Z. Oh man, look at all the problems with all these guys because we don't even know about.
Yeah, but they
look
don't.
at the things you do.
The market on EVs has never been a market of longevity. They don't want you to have an EV in 10 years. That's the point. They don't want you to keep the car you have now at 300,000 miles. That's never been the point.
They want you
to have a car that gets replaced by another car.
They want
Forced
you to
obsolescence.
go to a subscription policy like your cell phone.
Yes.
Oh, BMW. BMW said you can't use your heated seats without an electronic subscription now.
Shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have
But
to
they're
pay
also
per month to use your heated seats.
But Tesla's started that.
How you buy the car, right? You buy the heated
Yes.
seats.
And they are electronically shut off.
Get the fuck out of here.
But
Yeah.
Tesla started
But yeah,
that.
people still buy it. Well, Tesla did start that, yes, and that's that. I don't agree with it there either.
But you can get your software update for your car and all this, and
Well, that's the other thing.
If you want this turned on, you got to pay the extra cash.
Well, so this runs down to your whole these software updates that change it to where okay, now it's pay per update, but you already updated like your editing software that did it to you, or there's another editing software that when you had lifetime updates and they just did away with that without
They did away with it. Yeah,
it's physical digital media. I mean, everything's streaming now. Everything's owned by an off-source cloud-based service. You're not allowed to have a physical copy of anything. It's
not anymore.
Yep.
That's why I still, if I can, get physical copies of everything. Like that's the other reason why I will not go to another editing software is because I have a physical copy of that editing software.
Yeah, it's just they're just trying to lock you into something like anything else. They're trying to lock you into a paid service.
We're a society that runs off of an economy. If the economy slows down, if people stop paying for things, if money is not exchanged, our society breaks down and we all just go back to cowboys and Indians and we just start taking things. So
well, and that's why you've talked about the new gold standard is land to an extent.
Correct. We had that discussion.
But
why is Bill Gates buying up all the land? Because land has value because shiny rocks don't anymore.
To an extent, yeah. Ever since they went away from the gold standard.
And back in the day, they used to let you mine gold and they give you land for the gold.
At the same time, if you think you own land, you're kidding yourself. Stop paying your taxes. See what happens.
True. Yes. Well, I mean, the same thing runs into if you have gold. If you have all that gold, especially now, if you try to do anything with it, they're going to come want a piece of that too. It's just where are they getting where are they getting their pieces from? That's how it works.
I mean, it's funny. We live in a society where we've done away with slavery and stuff, but we really haven't. We just converted it.
Well, yeah.
We're no indentured
you just gotta be okay with being a slave.
It's not about being a slave. They were all slaves before. There was just different groups. So, we've elevated certain groups, and nothing has really changed. And now you've found yourself in the lesser of the elevated groups.
They just found a more clever way to keep you indentured. That's what it could.
Well, I mean, there's always going to be the.
Yeah, you can live a great life for 105 years. Say you live to be that good. Great. Realistically, that's nothing in the comparison of time. So
Right.
You know, you got to keep people in their boxes, and if you don't, it's just anarchy forever.
Well, do you have to keep people in your boxes, or do you have a bunch of people that said, if I keep people in boxes, I can be better off?
Well, yeah,
And then,
and then you got to have my boxes way higher than your boxes.
Listen. Sheep love pens.
Yeah,
and they hate wolves.
Yep.
So,
and occasionally there's a wolf that's going to get in and take some sheep, and then those are acceptable losses. And you're just gonna be like, well, they didn't get all the sheep, so life.
Well, and like you said, there was a time when they said to those people in America that they needed to go out and do something before we went to a war again. There was the Great Depression, and then there was a lot of men that were not working in America that needed something to go do, because that's a problem. What you don't need is a bunch of people with no jobs and no anything to do, because that is a problem for governments. So they said, hey, go find this gold and we'll give you money. You're not allowed to keep it, but we'll give you money and land and whatever it is. And they sent these guys out into the woods where, I mean, a lot of that buffed itself out in the wilderness.
Like, oh, you found some gold? Well, I just found your gold. Bye.
Well, not only that, but okay, so say you've got this problem. You've got all of these cities back east that have all of these people that were working jobs, that these jobs have just disappeared. And now you got all these people that have no food and no money and need to be taken care of and are a literal problem. And oh, by the way, didn't we get rid of booze in the same time period that we're talking about right here?
Actually, lawlessness.
There was some problems going on.
There's a lot of issues. It's sad to say, but lawlessness fixes problems. You know, we won't make drugs legal. Lawlessness fixes that problem. It creates its own industry. It creates its own efficiencies.
Oregon?
But therein lies the problem. Once you make it legal, lawlessness now goes away, and now you have created laziness. Now you've destroyed an industry. You've destroyed people that had jobs. You've destroyed a cash business that flourished and bought things. You've ruined the economy with legalization of.
Well, not true, because in Oregon we legalized it, and then everything boomed, and it was a boom, and money was made by people. There were people that made a lot of money, and then there was a lot of people that lost lot of money. No, well, and that's because. It's like any farming thing. When there's none of the product, it's worth a lot of money. And then when everyone farms it and there's so much of the product that it's worthless, that's a problem. And that's what they did. No one saw it coming.
I don't know why the government subsidizes ethanol.
Well, that's why they don't. Else. You've touched on the fact that we have a lot of people where we've put this certain education up on the pedestal, and it's all philosophical.
You want to go there? College degrees? God, it really does. Who knows what we're going to get into or whatever. What does it say on there? Anything could happen. Who knows?
There's no real value to it, and you have all these people that moved into the city. Honestly, this is how I
can't say that. I can't say that there's no real value to a college degree. I feel like that is
no. I'm not
something you can't say.
I'm saying certain things like let's go with
Greek mythology is probably not a relevant.
Tread lightly.
Let's go with social
have a degree in basket weaving or something.
Let's go with a social media expert or something stupid like that, right?
Okay, like your Google, your YouTube liaison at Google.
Well, yeah, something that eventually this is not going to sustain you. You know,
so either is a coal miner.
Farming sustains you. Being the ability to build a house or a shelter will sustain you. But all these things are going away. And there's fewer and fewer people.
So we can 3D print a house.
Know how to do. Yeah.
Are we coming back to that? Are we coming back to that now? Well, so I mean, here's the thing. I get what you're saying. There's trades that were underdeveloped and
appreciated,
nurtured, appreciated, and those have now created a gap to where those people that do those jobs make good money.
Those were all the blue collar jobs. Hey, you guys are scum. You are not really worth,
well, so question, was it as much?
Whatever. There's certain connotations with those, but they're really the ones that kept everything moving and kept everything
I don't know.
Moving.
Here's the trick, though. I don't know. Here's the trick. I know I said that like 5 times. Anybody that was those blue collar workers didn't want their kids to come up and do that work behind them. Everybody wanted their kid to go do something else because that work fucking sucked. and it
Yeah.
was a dead
Now
end,
we've done
and
that
they
for 2
knew
years.
that. But that was the guy who knew that this was the end to get to his kids. It was a stepping stone and a thing to do, and there was a whole
That's
generation that did that.
We don't have people who classify as adults until 21 now. Let's
Right.
talk about that.
But okay, let's put
You
this.
think they classify as adults at 21?
Do you realize that, like, my grandfather was starting a business and starting a career and having a farm at 19, and he started an industry and moved forward and created things at 19. Died by 50. But
like I said, but didn't your grandfather go to war? Like, because he
No.
went, didn't he? Oh, he wasn't part of that.
He was completely outside of that.
Huh.
Because he was a farm owner. He was a father. He didn't have to go.
So
to
that's
Vietnam.
how he didn't have to go. Okay. Okay.
Yes. So he was a man of industry. But now you go to the point of we're not even letting people buy cigarettes at 18 anymore. Yet
Well-
they can join the military. We've gone
So
to this
yes and
weird-
no, because that man of industry back then was farming and all of those other things,
And now we
and
have
now
Whistling.
your man of industry now is skinny jeans, boba tea, and YouTuber on Twittergram or
Right. That's
Twattergram
the
or
only
whatever it
time
is.
a young man can get into an industry where he can make millions of dollars in a short period of time and grow a brand.
Not yes and no. It's just one of the new ways. I mean, there are industries being, especially side by side industries right now, doing parts, and there are other ways for it to do it. But that is the newest.
Well, here's
Okay,
the problem that we ran into is at one point the court jester was exactly that. He was a clown and viewed as little more than that. The thing about that person, though, is they had the king's attention. And eventually they used that to their advantage because I'm talking about, and I'm coming right down on Hollywood here because
I
talk
love
about an
it when a good
overpaid-
Canadian comes down on Hollywood. I do. I
talk
do.
about an overpaid
Football, baseball,
useless-
basketball.
Soccer,
any of that
Quidditch,
stuff, right? You have
cribbage.
these
What are all those
entertainers-
other ones and
The
ever
entertainers
boxing?
have become the royalty when really do you need that in this world to survive?
Nope.
No,
It serves no purpose. In
it serves
society.
no purpose except for entertainment.
To keep
But
people
yet
in their
it's the
box.
highest paid thing we have,
Yes, but it keeps everybody in
This-
their box.
and it goes.
This
right
one,
back
this one
to-
right here is a double. I always go with this one though because I'm
goes
like,
right-
that lady really got burnt.
Yeah, it really goes back to shiny.
Yeah.
It's the shiny
Well,
thing. And
yeah.
I shouldn't complain because I mean I'm on here YouTubing.
I was going
and-
to say, you want to talk about the shiny thing, but look just over your shoulder right there. There's a big shiny thing right
Well, and that
there.
comes down
difference-
to you got to accept your losses in life. And if your hobby is cars, that's your loss. There's no gain to be made there. There's never.
Well, and I've said this multiple times lately. If you enjoy the thing you are doing, it
That's the
doesn't
point.
matter what that thing costs. I do lots of things, and lots of people do lots of things that make no sense monetarily, but you enjoy doing them, so therefore they make
Well,
sense to
Because
you.
at the end of the
Absolutely.
day, if you don't enjoy something and you don't go to work to achieve it or gather it, then we could all just be roaming homeless. That's a thing. That's why people do it.
Yeah.
Gypsies, it's actually pretty awesome to an
I
extent.
have a lot more respect for a farmer or a construction worker or someone of that nature than I do for any actor.
True.
Like,
Well, that goes down to it's a personal, statement in many ways. You know what I mean? It's going to
Well, it
depend on
does
the
go back to
person that you
what
come from.
pedestal does that actor put themselves on,
yeah.
and what do they do with their immense wealth? I mean, it comes back to, and I'm not going to bring Mr. Beast into this as a talking point. He just recently got a huge crap thrown on him because he went and took a bunch of his money and made a bunch of blind people see again. And he publicized it and he put it on YouTube and everyone's like, how dare he?
What?
You aren't
Because
doing
he-
it.
How dare he what?
Good with his
Use
money?
his
I don't
money
get it.
to I don't
Make-
what was the high dare?
Because he made money off of making these people see again. And how dare he use these people's hardship to
Oh.
make money?
That's what they're saying because every video he makes money. Okay.
Yeah,
But here's the
I
point.
Um
He
guess
still did
people turn
something
anything
that was
around on
good.
you.
well, so I think you're going to run into the problem of at a certain point you can't do anything
Is
right. You're
anything
never
you
going to
do
make
good?
everyone
Oh, no,
you're
you-
never going to make anyone happy.
Well, we've always been that society.
You
for a
just
very long
gotta
time.
you gotta hope that when they rewrite the history books and whoever won the war writes about how it went down, you were on the side
just-
that won.
You just have to go to Dudes with Wrenches channel here and read the comments, and you get a good example of how you can't make everyone happy.
Yeah. I do want to put together a list of those that we can just like talk about. I want you to like blur who said it, and then we can just put them up on the screen and be like, "Wow!"
Actually,
then it needs more people doing it.
Real or not? Real or not?
Just make up fake.
That actually you can make up some fake ones. Actually, that actually could be onto something there.
So here's the whole point, though, and I've said this before when we were at lower numbers, and we're still it's all numbers. We're all the homeless. We're standing out the gates of YouTube. And we're saying, "Come on, YouTube, give us some free bread." And then when you get into the gates, you're just in another layer of wall. You're in the 100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so we're out here with the street performers with our cups, and you're inside with the guys that actually have like nice makeup and like in a courtyard, just
where everyone's still laughing, going, "Dance, monkey." There is no real difference. It's just a hierarchy. So at a certain point, even at the guy at 5 million, he's just at the better party. That's it. He's just a better paid performer, but he's still the same dancing monkey.
There is a point to watching like Dudes with Wrenches or Wasted Talent because I can actually learn something from you.
Well, that's what YouTube was created on, the idea.
But that's kind of the purpose of YouTube and why I actually find it useful is I can learn from it.
But here's the worst part, and this comes into the comments all the time because I digress from correcting people in comments because I don't like to argue with people. I give information that I have been intelligent enough to check. And I'm not going to broadcast the wrong information. So when somebody comes and says, "You're wrong, that's not right," and I'm just like, I don't really need to argue with you. You can argue with Google if you want. And then people will be like, "You Googled this, you're a fraud." I'm not a fraud to double check information or learn information. Information is readily available.
I don't get that either because that guy earlier that you were talking about touched on it in there that like just because you go and look it up makes it not good.
Exactly.
Like
what's the difference between me reading this and figuring it out and just watching a video that has the same information on it? You're still learning how to do the job correctly, hopefully. Hopefully,
heroes and villains. It's just a matter of perspective, and that's 100% true. It's all in what side of the fence you stood on at the time you stood it, and that makes the difference between you being the hero or the villain, the antagonist of the story. I mean, it's just
this is a.
Have you seen? Have you? Absolutely. Yeah, that one is. So, have you seen? Somebody did a. So you've seen Karate Kid, right? The first Karate Kid.
Absolutely. No. What is Karate
Kid? Somebody did it and wrote like a thesis from the other side. No, from the other side, saying Daniel was the bad guy, and that the whole
Cobra Kai. Have you watched it?
Yes, it did. Yes, so you have seen it, and you know what I'm talking about.
That was the whole point of the show.
Is that the whole point of the show? I haven't seen the new show.
If you watch the new show, it shows the perspective of why they're the bad
guys.
It plays it from both sides. You're supposed to take sides. That's
nice.
why it's so popular.
It's actually it's fantastic. It's a great.
I haven't seen it.
Well, no, here's why
I knew it was a thing, but I just didn't realize it was playing from the other side.
It plays into the new agenda of how people think, and this is how kids' cartoons work now too. All the kids are taught that you're just supposed to accept that there is no bad people in the world anymore. Everyone has their own agenda.
Maybe that's where I saw it. I seen something or heard somebody talk about it or something. And when you listen to it and think about it, you're like, oh shit, that actually makes some sense here.
While I raised my kids, I watched this Peter Pan version that they put on Nickelodeon. And it was these kids that run around, they teach about math, like Dora Explorer and stuff like that. And the bad guy is Captain Hook, just like it always has been. But Captain Hook is their weird bully friend that they're teaching lessons to all the time. And if you go back to when we were kids, Captain Hook would have been like, "You're dead." That just would have been the story. And now it's all just like, Captain Hook's our mean friend. And it's just like, this is.
I remember my kid watched those same ones. I remember.
And it just makes you go, do kids understand that there's villains in the world? Because I feel like media is telling them that no one's the villain anymore.
Well, that's because in order for no one to take responsibility for anything, therefore, you have to get rid of bad guys and good guys and everything.
Exactly.
Well, I'm going to bring a perfect example into this discussion: a teddy bear.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, here, oh, look, it's soft, it's cuddly, it's cute, it makes you comfortable, and it's a freaking bear. Go pet one in the wild and see what happens.
Okay, I see what you're kind of like. So you're going with false expectations and
Exactly. We've done this
the
to our kids for
yeah.
eons. And if you look at the old traditional stories, like the
Oh, yeah.
Hansels and Gretels and the Brothers Grimm and stuff like that,
Life was much harder.
they were there
Well-
to frighten the heck out of the kids
Yeah.
in the original version so that the kids didn't go do stuff they shouldn't go do.
Well,
But
it goes back
then-
to I live in a farming community.
Well,
So you'll hear
yeah.
this from farmers all the time when they talk about I raise my kids differently than what the normal is, and you start asking them questions about it. And it's legitimately like I teach my kids that the horse can kill them. Where most other kids are like,
Yes.
I want to go pet the horsey. No, the horse is going to kill you. That's how that works. You poke the
well,
horse
so
wrong.
you
it
can't
kicks
you
you in the
can't tell
face.
you can't tell your kids that the horse is going to kill you. You
Oh, they
have
do.
to tell your kids that the horse can kill you, because otherwise you raise them with a fear of we can't go near horses. Well, why? Because they're all going to laugh at you. You know what I mean? So you got to watch how far you go.
That's the only way to control people is by fear.
But dudes is
At the end of
exactly.
Oh my! Oh, okay. V for Vendetta, like Jesus, authorization, dystopian future, much, dude.
My
Fear
kids, for
controls all.
example, I drilled it into my kid's head that I don't care if you have right of way. That is going to win.
Oh yeah,
It-
exactly.
It doesn't matter if you got
Don't walk
right
out
of
in
way,
front of
you're
a
in the
car
right.
because it's going to run you over. But too many
just
people don't
because-
understand that.
Just because the light is green doesn't mean you should jump the green light every time.
But you see people on the sidewalk and whack.
Well,
And
I took my daughter out driving. I'm teaching her how to drive right now. She's of age. So
I've heard about.
we're just going around. And I said, watch that person. There's a stop sign right there. And, she's just assuming that everyone's following the rules like she is attempting to do.
Yeah.
And this morning, we watched 3 people run stop signs that were all above 60 years old. And they just flew right through it, just vroom. And it's just like, that's what you got to watch out for, And it's just like.
That's the thing. That's the thing where they talk about defensive driving and all of that thing.
Yes.
You have to assume that everybody else sucks and
Yes.
that they're all going to try and kill you.
For example, she's driving a little slower. I told her, don't let anybody bother you. If you want to drive slow, drive slow. There's nothing against that. Reasonable.
Well, in some states.
So double yellow line, 2-lane highway. We're driving a little slower than what we are. We're doing, 30 and a 35. Now, I understand the person that's tailgating us for the last 5 miles. The second stretch of straight road, they're going to go around us. And I said, so what did they just do illegally? Well, they passed me in a no passing zone. Yes, they did, but you have to acknowledge that you were going slow. So don't get upset at them for doing that because A, they didn't flip us off, and B, they didn't go blowing past us and cut us back off. So, there's just certain things you got to let slide in the reality of you're not doing what they wanted you to do either.
Yeah, well, so that is the trick. You're not doing the speed limit, therefore you are also culpable to some extent.
Correct. There's
Causing
always
this
a level of liability.
situation. Yeah, well, and that's like I hate it when people do not do the speed limit in front of me. It drives me crazy. But I will not pass them on a dangerous double yellow or some bullshit just so I can go around them, because I am not about to do. I was following a lady the other day, gray hair, probably going to pull the one-arm band at the casino. She's doing 25 and a 45 down this road because fuck everybody else. I'm the most important person and whatever. And you know what? She's made it to that age. Whatever. It is what it is. But she decides that this straightaway that is not a place you're able to pass is where she's going to pull off over enough that I could pass on double yellow. And I'm just like, no, you had multiple places you could have pulled and got out of the way. And I'm not about to break the law to pass you because you're not doing it right. Get out of here. I'll wait.
Well, this is a problem. This is a problem because how stupid people can be. Like when we had our big dump of snow here and the roads got really icy, and you watch, okay, one person was in the ditch. So these other people on a 1-lane highway with fog and bad visibility stop their car right in the middle lane on the other side of the road to see what's going on.
And then put their
flashers
on.
And no
Rubberneckers
flashers
are the
on,
biggest
nothing,
cause of accidents.
nothing like that. And so I'm like, I get up to it and I start like honking the horn. I'm like, get out of the way before I get rear-ended here, Like pull your cars off, go to a pull out or something. but don't stop in the middle of the dang road. And it happened like 3 times in 1 week.
And that's the
Or
thing to be
guys-
said now is here's the thing we do. So now that we have these and we just want to film everything for prosperity's sake. How many people have to slow down and take a video of a car wreck and they aren't there to stop and help? They wouldn't know how to help even if something was going on, you know, and you got these people that want to get out, they want to film something. Get out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
need for that. That video is not going to make you famous. It's not going to make you a superstar. It's not even something you're going to care about 2 days from now. You're going to be like telling your friends and showing them, like, look at what the crazy stuff I saw. I can watch that on the news. I don't.
Well, but you are the news. I can be the news.
I can be the news. I'm somebody because I have a camera.
Well, that's very well. I mean, there's a reason for that because we've all seen somebody who is famous because they had a camera.
But are they? Because we can all say
They
that.
were?
You don't get famous off that one video. You get famous for 5
Not
minutes.
true at all. That's not even true.
Totally true.
It's yeah. No, there's lots of people that are
Hey,
famous. For
you're
the
talking to a
video. I'm
famous
a little
person,
dozer guy.
don't argue with them.
I'm a little dozer
Yeah.
guy. I have that video that
But
I make.
he's not
people
he's not
happy.
famous for one video. He's famous for a bunch of videos.
And I'm still not famous.
And he's saying
Nobody
no.
knows who I am.
I was
For
having that-
example, I was talking to a
That's
guy
not
about YouTube the other day. And he's into fishing. And he got on this fishing boat with this random guy that was like, hey, you got this tag? Let's go out. And he was bow hunting fishing. Okay. So this guy didn't have tags for it. He invited him on his boat at this big thing. And they went on this boat and he's watching this thing on his video while they're going out to this spot. And they're like, who you watching? And he goes, I'm watching so-and-so. You've never heard of this guy? He's got like 100,000 subscribers. And the guy, I guess, starts laughing at him. He's like, why are you laughing at me? You've never heard of this guy? And he goes, I'm so-and-so. The dude driving the boat had like 6 million subscribers. And he's like, I had no idea who you were. And it's like, dude sitting here harping on about 100,000 thing that he watches, and he's sitting in a boat with a guy with 6 million subscribers and has no idea.
Yeah.
No
And
one's famous. No one's important.
I was going to bring that up because
Big Block, what's up, brother?
We run into a good example of that when, dude, you join some of the other channels in the chat, like the Pontiac Power Hour. And you get some of those guys on there, and you know, to us, you got 100,000. Whoa, wow, right? But you got a lot of these guys that are actually into cars, have no idea who you are.
The best one is when you get a guy on there that has 30,000 subscribers and he's the guest star and everybody knows who he is and he knows who everybody is in the business. And he's like, I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah, yeah.
You're the
interesting
famous
part,
person in
right?
the grand scope of things, and you don't know who I am, and I have more subscribers than you. So
We've talked about
doesn't
this. The subscribers doesn't matter. Yeah, none of it matters.
No. Hey, Big Block. Now, do you see Big Block's new project?
yeah, I saw him dig that thing out of the dirt. Does it have
That
any
is
suspension
awesome.
under the front of it? Like, ugh.
No suspension.
I'm
But-
just gonna keep harassing it because he's a Dodge guy now.
Yeah. Well, I still don't quite understand how he took a Chevy to the thing and then couldn't keep the pistons in it, and now he's going to take a Dodge, and this is supposed to be a better
and then he said he was
idea?
going to put a
I'm just
Ford motor in
really-
his Chevy, and then he took an AMC car and did something with it, and now he's buying a Dodge. I don't think he knows what he
I
wants
dig
to
it.
be right now. I think he's a little
Listen.
confused.
Maybe I read that.
I do want to know, Big Block, how are those tires? Are they still on the back of that Mustang?
I mean, I'm not going to be surprised when he starts braiding his
I
chest
did
hair.
not
into his
wreck his
beard. That's all I'm
tires.
saying.
No, so he went. We had just put them on, and I went for a ride with him, and we were playing with him, and he got them for really cheap off eBay or something like that. And so I just want to know if they're still doing good for him.
tires, man.
They were like, I was like, no way,
Really good.
because that's like a 300 or 315, I think, was on the back of that Mustang or something.
Yeah,
like that. It was a big tire.
It worked great. Like, I mean, that car launched, and I rarely,
Yeah.
unless I was really trying, I never spun the tires. It just went.
I
Like,
got
yeah.
a ride in that the first day I think he came down. We went to go get burgers or something like that, and I rode with him, and that thing was fun.
It's a fun car, no doubt. Like, but it's different. Like I said, there's a difference between that is enjoyable for a whole
Hell
other
yeah.
reason. But that the newer Mustang is enjoyable for another set of reasons. Like the power is very different between the two.
Well, and so here's the thing about cars. Cars are enjoyable for many different reasons to many
Yeah.
different people. We've touched on this in a bunch of other places. So it's
why you
really hard to
upgrade
say.
Cars. It's why you customize
Yeah.
cars. I mean,
Well, it's
everybody
like-
wants to look like they're driving this car, but they want to drive like this car. You know,
so I have a golf cart here on the compound. We drive around, and on the little dirt trails around, that thing is fast. It feels like it's fast. And then you go down the street to go do anything, and as soon as you get like 20 feet down the street, it's just like, this is the slowest freaking thing that I have ever driven, because you have perspective, and your perspective has changed. And so, people, you want to see real
we've
car
talked
guys,
about
real
that
car
with
guys.
boat racing.
Yes. Yeah. Fast on the water and fast in real life are two different freaking things, man.
Yep.
Perspective is such a crazy
like my
thing.
78 Trans Am, I love driving that car, but it is slow compared to almost every new car out there. It is not.
SS Chevelles can get outran by new Kias. I mean,
yeah. But that's not the reason I enjoy that car.
Exactly.
I just enjoy the rawness of it. I enjoy the looking over the hood, and the hood and the shaker and all that.
This right here, when you can make some shit like that. Seriously though,
yeah.
I had this discussion with somebody a while back because his daughter had a 2010 Malibu. Okay, nothing special. 2010 Malibu is a junk car at the end of the day. But realistically, a lot of people learn on that style of car that are of the youth right now. So when you start driving around in your 2010 Malibu with a 3.6 liter and 200 and some plus horsepower, and you're ripping it around corners on Z-rated 17-inch tires on big wheels, that's a crap car. Go get in a 1984 Celebrity and try to do the same thing. You'll die. I mean, you didn't learn how to drive. The car is driving. Like, there is a different perspective to learn, because like you said, like that 78 Trans Am, you had to drive it.
You had to drive
it had
the
to
car.
be driven.
This is a t-shirt. This is a insert car here. You'll die.
Try this in an 84 blah blah blah. You'll
blah
die.
blah blah. Yeah, it's just.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, anybody that used to just beat something down the street in a 51 Chevy Super Deluxe, like, that's a whole different other level of guy. Like, I remember watching my dad walk a 56 Chevy down the street sideways with manual steering and a giant wheel. You know, it's like, and I look at that and I go, I'm doing it in an 84 Camaro. I'm just cutting this corner. And everybody's like, wow, he can really drive that thing. And I'm like, I wouldn't be doing this with manual steering and 18 turns lock to lock.
Well, I used to drive my 78 Trans Am in the winter.
Yeah.
And it's a 400 with a 4-speed.
Listen, if you like to party, just
every time,
out there.
Every time I pulled the gear, the back end would do because it's slippery out, right?
Yeah.
And the cops are, you're driving like a maniac. I'm like, you come drive it.
Well, how many are now? Wait. How many RPMs are we? I mean, is she like mem? Because that
no. This is in the winter. And in the winter, I was a lot more tame.
Gliding.
Listen. Just because it's the winter doesn't mean you're not bouncing it and just getting her.
No. If there is no rev limiter on that. I've tested that theory too, and then the engine goes boom. So
then don't do
things
that.
float and then they die.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's wrong.
It's just a matter of that car had so much low end torque. And
it goes back to that It movie. Whenever you start talking about motors and high RPMs, it's, we all float down here.
So Ed, I dig the YouTube community that helps. I don't make videos to help. Like, if you watch any of my videos, I'm not here to help. I'm here to be some sort of entertainment, I guess. I always thought with the shit we did in the shop that if somebody recorded it, people would laugh at it, type of deal. Like, I don't know. I've got a couple of videos where I literally tell you, don't do it the way I just showed you how to do it, because it sucks. And I wouldn't recommend it. The tensioner one I just put out, the one that came out Wednesday, I literally start the video with don't watch this, don't do it. This is the worst. That tensioner was terrible.
I have a warning at the beginning of every one of my videos that says,
I don't feel like I need to put it in every video, but I do like what you do there. I really do.
Well, there's always liability here.
It's like, you know what? If you're going to do what I do, then you're taking your chances. I am not a certified mechanic or a professional in any way. So do it at your own risk. It worked for me.
And that's the I don't think anyone comes to. In fact, that's a lot of things I do get in some of my videos that I have done. They're like, they come to it as a how-to, and like dudes and I have talked about how to it's like a walkthrough. I do more of walkthrough. This is me walking through what I did. This is not a how-to. I'm not marketing this as a how-to. I get guys that come to videos and they're like, all you did was bitch about it, and it didn't really show us great how you changed that starter. I was like, yeah, the name of the video is finally a quick project on a Ford. You know what I mean? It's not like it's.
Well, that was like expert opinions and abilities to change Ford starters on a specific E150 van between the eras of '96, built in the month of January.
It doesn't do like I don't see why they think that is what I'm making here, because it obviously isn't. Like I start off with we got
Ford right there.
Like seriously. Well, I wasn't going to come in and say it, but he knows what video I'm talking about. But it's but then you get like I actually would like to hear what Midnight has to say, because he does a lot of how-to stuff, and I am sure there are some comments in there that are from guys that are like, I don't get why are you even making this video? Everyone knows how to change their tire on whatever the car is. Blah blah blah. I'm sure he gets those.
It's interesting because I've been going through a rash of questions on my videos lately on the Hemi swap.
I did say this. Just sell it. It's not worth this.
So I get these questions on the Hemi swaps, and it's like, dude, my car won't start. Why? I'm like, I don't know.
Oh, don't even get me started with that line of questioning.
I don't
know where I've even made a video that tells people how to do stuff, and I'm just like, hey, there's a switch under my dash. What do you think it does? I don't know. Trace it.
I don't know why your car doesn't.
What happens when you push it? Oh, he says he doesn't actually switch.
If you want to talk to me, I'll try to help you out. I made the video to give you the basics.
Oh my god! You know what? So I get all the time is torque requests. I get guys that ask me all of the time on I have a video where we did the seal on the valley cover seal on an LS motor, and the whole video is just me doing it as this old timer Bucky just tells me all the stories, and I had to cut out so much of that video because of the cussing and just things that cannot be repeated. Like there's just stories where I'm just like, we're in a garage, man, and you can't say that. Like old timer. He's old timer. And so the video is not necessarily a how-to at all, but it's a good video. And I get guys all the time that ask for torques on that. And I just I literally, not to be an asshole, just look it up and put it in the comments. Every time.
Yeah.
Well, that's the nice one is the people that have a phone that are willing to comment, but they aren't willing to read any of their comments.
Yeah.
It's in the 5 other comments, the same 8 people that asked the same question. It's right over there.
Well, it's you guys know the owner of this car. You met him. You know he has a certain condition.
Appreciate it, Ed.
I was not aware of a condition, but okay.
Well, he has Tourette's.
Oh, yeah, he does. I forgot about that. It wasn't like it's not like super.
I guess
I don't know.
It depends on the situation.
Did you not get the briefing on that?
No.
So it's not noticeable enough that in the interaction time that we had in that week we were there, that I would have caught it. There were 2 or 3 times I caught it when I was like, what? Oh, no, that's right. He has that. And then, but I wouldn't have said anything. You know what I mean? I just would have let it go. It wasn't anything big enough where I was like, okay, I have to ask, what was that all about? You know what I mean? It never got to that.
So the interesting part about it is when he's in a situation like that, he will actually he has to consciously try to keep it in check, right?
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
When you get to know him better and he's comfortable around you,
he's just like, fuck
flows, right?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And sometimes when we do the videos together, I've got to cut a little bit out because of it, right? And he's usually pretty good, but every now and then.
They want you to just go film that really quick because you have one of those laying around doing the same thing. Seriously. Yeah.
Here we go.
Boop. Yeah, this one. Yeah, that is definitely a thing. Which, like I said, if you're not going to be an asshole, I get guys that say, this video's trash, take it down. And I'm just like, I just don't even really. I give them like a thumbs up or something because I respond to every comment sooner or later. If they're shitty ones, I let it sit for a while. I give them that one all the time. I love that one.
I've been doing that a lot.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You suck. Thanks. I mean, okay.
I don't even respond to them. I just leave them up.
I have an OCD thing about my box being full. I can't deal with 90 plus 99.9999. Oh, you did figure out how to turn this off.
Shut them off. I don't get notifications on anything anymore. I have to choose to go look at that stuff.
I don't get enough to worry about it, so it's
I don't really either. I get a couple here and there. But
maxed out 24.
I do need you though, dudes. I need you to watch. I have a Mustang video. You can do it too, mongrels. And it says original, whatever the Mustang is, because there had a build sheet next to the car. It was at a car show, and I said that in the title or somewhere, and the guy's like, not original interior, and I'm like, I don't know if it's original interior or not. So I don't want to. I literally haven't commented back because I'm like, is it original interior? Is it not?
Well, I did that short on my Trans Am.
Did you just write that down? What do you? We couldn't read that. It was washed out.
It's completely washed out. Oh,
1985 Nissan Stanza. I got to write that. It's on my book now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Write this down.
Shop cat request.
I did that short on my Trans Am where I was describing the difference between a 77 and 78. And I'll do this once in a while where I'll throw a not as popular term out, but something that still applies. So rather than using screaming chicken, I use screaming eagle, which has also referred to the bird on the hood of the car. But it also refers to a Harley Davidson motorcycle.
Oh, yeah.
And so, everyone didn't like that, so they had to tell you all about it.
No, one guy didn't, that's for sure. And then I talked about the grill, and I said, well, it's got the diagonal pattern on it. Now, the other thing is I don't always talk like I'm talking to a guy in the Pontiac world. You know, it's like, I know it's a diamond grill, but the pattern is the diagonal. So I said diagonal instead of diamond, and this guy went, oh, you're an idiot. Go back to working on Fords, right?
Like when you start talking about snowflake wheels on a Pontiac. Or, there's a million different ways you can say that with those wheels, and everybody will get bent on a shave about it.
Oh, yeah. It's so funny.
Jesus. You better write that. If you don't write that down on a big fucking notepad. And the fact that after all this time, this is the first time I've ever seen you write anything down on a big notepad is I'm not okay with this. I've had way better ideas than this. You don't ever write them down.
That's because we've been talking so long, because we were supposed to start later, that his tape recorder ran out of batteries.
Oh, he's been recording this the whole time, and now he's down to manual. Yeah.
But by you changing the start time, you messed him up.
Really?
So
changing the start time that I actually...
You really screwed the pooch, yeah?
Yeah. Well, you're the one who said you couldn't be going all night, so I didn't start at the nighttime. We started in the daytime.
Yeah, we did have those.
Spokes. Yeah, I like that. I'm going to use that.
Woke spokes.
Well, to be saying that, we have been going for like 3 hours and 40 some minutes. So if you guys need to wrap this up to go, we can totally.
Well, I was going to pick about 8 o'clock my time as the wrap, so that's about 8 minutes.
Okay.
I'll go see what my kids.
That works.
See if my kids have killed each other or not.
I'm in the latest time zone right now. Way to make me feel older.
For older? By being in the later. Oh, because you're a whole hour or two older than us?
He said it's 8 o'clock almost there. It's almost 9 o'clock here. It's whatever.
Almost
you in
7
Narnia over there. So.
Narnia. In Narnia here, it's almost 7.
You think you're going to try to make it to No Name Nationals, either one of you, this year?
I don't want to say no, but unlikely.
I don't ever want to say yes.
No, that's fine. If you want to give it a solid maybe, that's cool.
I think the chances of me dragging any of my junk all the way to there to go down drag strip is not going to happen.
He is potentially
there's no
flying
way.
to where I am and riding with me, and that's about as close as he's going to be.
That's fine.
That
fine.
is the
Just-
closest option. Yes.
The only reason I'm asking is I do plan on making the trip. It'd be good to see you guys in person again at some point.
And we've been talking about doing we want to do some sort of collab just as an excuse to go, do shit with cars and side-by-side stuff wherever.
Have a good night, Ed.
Too. Ed, have a good one, brother. Appreciate it.
Oh no. Okay. So I did have this thing. I thought about earlier.
Ooh, he's so excited.
Yeah. So I've come across it's actually tomorrow's short. So sneak peek on tomorrow's short. 88 Oldsmobile limousine.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Front wheel drive limousine.
Interesting.
Where is it?
Yeah. It's behind a bar in town here.
How much is it?
I don't know, but I'd like to see if I could buy it. Because you know how we talked earlier about going on like sick week in a car that makes no sense to be on sick week, but would be super swank.
Oh my God, and we could camp out of the back of it and fucking everything. Just party wagon, bud. Oh,
I like
this is a
88
terrible idea.
Oldsmobile limo.
I like this a lot. The problem is this could take a lot of work to make it do sick week.
But no, it's like a factory car. Literally has like no miles.
You don't have to do anything to it. You just go into the bracket class. In a way,
you think this car is going to do all of this and not leave us stranded somewhere along this trip?
Part. If it leaves us stranded, we leave it and leave.
You can't just do that. It costs you money. I do like what you're saying. We can walk away with it. Oh, it wouldn't be this year. It wouldn't be this year.
No,
Dave, it definitely would not be this year. This would be a different one. But
we
could have a bridge with a welcome mat next to the door.
We can
Dirty Mike and the boys. They're gonna get the works at Shack. We really made out today, boys. It's 30 feet long. Oh, geez. Ed, thank you, brother. Thank you.
I'm just saying,
Appreciate
there's
it.
going to be
You have a
somebody
good
that's going to
night,
come
brother.
talk to you about the fact that you brought this thing to wherever event you're currently at.
So my idea was more of the luxury and we're comfortable. This one is definitely we're making a statement.
And it's luxury and comfortable. I don't know what
And
you're.
the best part is when we come across people broken down,
I can smell the mothballs and old people from here.
I mean, a few trees. Just take care of that right now.
Listen, I'm telling you,
mothballs.
I think that is the best case scenario smell that comes out of that.
On one of them atmosphere creating machines that removes smells. It's fine.
Okay, I'm going to take back we can sleep in it. Like,
interesting ozone creators.
My buddy has one.
Yep.
I don't hate this idea. I just hate the idea of being in it.
And it works because we put it in a 60, I think it was 69 GTO Judge that he had bought.
I gotta see if there's like disqualification rules.
Pick me up, Dave. If we get a limo to do sick weekend ever, we will stop to pick you up. That's just
You know, but the best part is when we come across the broken down cars on the highway, we can kind of pull over and, hey, okay, come on in, have a drink, relax.
All right, so you telling me this thing's mint, or is it a pile?
It's mint. It's total mint.
Like, then how much is this thing gonna cost?
Well, I don't know because it's been sitting there a while.
Oh God,
could be not.
I hate that you have me so into this right now. I don't.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, I love it. It's so bad.
That is mint. That is mint. Oh, is that that's just an ad?
That's not it. That's an ad for it. But
that is literally a two-door car welded to a four-door car.
I love it.
All front-wheel drive vehicle.
Oh.
Well, it looks like they just cut the.
See, here you go. It's been done already. People have been doing it. You're not new.
I don't care. It's not. This is new. This is like subpar level of that.
Oh, yeah, Midnight has a Hearst. I forgot about that.
Yeah, but that would take a lot.
Yeah.
I talked to him about that Hearst once. I'm all about owning a hearse.
That is so horrible. That's I know that's what makes it better. The more I'm actually not turned away by how bad it is. That's actually making me more down for it. But I can. You're gonna have to do something about the smell. because I can smell it from here. I'm not kidding.
You don't even know about it, but you can smell it from here.
I can smell it from here.
Well, what do they have in them? Is that a like?
I am not.
Oh, biggest motor that thing probably had was a 3.1.
3.1 or something.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Maybe they could have had a 3800 in.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe a 3800.
Oh my god.
If not, I have readily available 3800s in cars.
Okay.
I did not expect this pleasure. This is what happens when I say it. You never know what's going to happen in this thing, because you see how excited he got when he came up with this idea. He got all giddy, like he had to show us. I knew it was going to be a good one when he did that.
Well, there's always
I'm not opposed to it, but that is going to be the exact opposite of the idea I pitched. I pitched, let's take a brand new Bronco and go just do it and be a boy, air conditioning, just having a good time.
The ad says it has cool climate rear controls. I mean, they got to be in there still.
There have been so many mice and rats in the back of that thing doing things that I don't even want to know. Oh.
You're just picturing rat sex now. That's weird.
I am Dirty Mike. Yeah. Oh, I saw a video the other day of the scene in the Ninja Turtles, the original one, when Raphael brings April. Yeah, the one from our childhood.
I sent that to you.
Did you send that to me?
Yeah. Did they overvoiced it?
Yeah, they overvoiced. Is that where I saw it from? Yeah. Oh my god, that is so bad. I don't think you did send it to me. I don't think you did. I think I found it somewhere else.
You gonna get that?
You don't even need that. You just have to go watch.
It's so bad. It's so bad that I'm just like, oh my god, you can't share this with anyone. Who did this?
I'm gonna tell you a secret. You go out of the room during Mickey's Christmas special type thing, where he brings the. Go out of the room and listen to it, and
I'm making a short out of that right there.
It's got the Chip and whatever his name, Chip and Dale or
Chippendale. Yep.
And Pluto's trying to get there, and you hear Mickey, "Oh, Pluto, bad dog, stop that! Oh, stop doing that! Get out of there!" You could put a certain connotation behind how Mickey's getting very excited about what Pluto's doing.
So you're saying if you're watching it, not listening to it out of context is what you're trying. Okay.
And it gets
your Mickey impersonation is creepily pretty spot on with that. That's where it got weird. That's where it got weird. Because you're able to nail down the exact moment of when that conversation got weird.
I'm like, no way. So I tried it. I'm like, okay, that is disturbing.
And fun part a cool limo could bring us is we could just have people sign it the whole time. Just sign the whole damn car the whole time. We don't care.
I
mean, you don't care. Well, I feel like this has been done, but
I'm gonna say we've been going long enough for me to pull an engine out. And put that time for me to sign off, guys.
All right, brother. All right. You have a good evening.
You too. Thanks for having me on.
Yep.
You boys have a good night. And
you have a good one, brother.
Everyone in the chat.
I don't know, man. This limo sounds like it's going to be it sounds like a good idea. It sounds like one of those ideas that some people would like to watch. It does not sound like a pleasant experience for you and me in the limo.
Man. I mean, right in the back.
Loaded. I listen. I'm down for riding the back, riding the front. Do it. Wherever. You know what I mean. It's not going to be comfortable in any of those areas.
It's super swank. What are you doing?
Where has this car been since '84?
I don't know. Behind this bar, the way it looks.
You realize that's only.
I mean, it fits all the criteria. It's a car.
It's a car. The tires have air. And what else was there?
It's got glass in all the window holes. That's a big deal to me most of the time.
Around where you're at, it's a limo, man. Listen, I feel like we should make it into some sort of flatbed that you could put something else on top of other than limo, because then at least you can get all the death out of the back of it. Just chop it off at the partition.
Like a really big.
Did I just freeze or did you freeze?
No,
okay.
Just follow me.
Okay, I'm listening.
Chop off. What? You chop off the portion of the roof, and then you add a hinged hatchback to where you could raise it to create a wang, like wang. And then just have like a reverse, like so you could stand up in the back with like a windshield with props.
So what you're saying is a Pope Mobile. You want to make the Pope Mobile out of this 84 crap box. Can you put it back on the screen so we can? I need to look at it while we're talking about this terrible idea. Oh God! Even the cat's like, "Shush! Stop! This is a." Oh, but Dave did say it. Do you think you could put a hot tub in it?
I mean, I'm not saying.
No, you don't want that. No one wants to see floating rat crap in their hot tub. Ooh! Fox is onto something here. Chop it off, flatbed it, and then you can put the X3 on the back of it. So you run a flatbed all the way up to the front partition that's just above the wheel well, essentially. And we'd be able to drive right up on that with a little ramp on the dovetail by the rear deer. And think of all the weight we'll save in getting rid of all that crap.
Get rid of all that car part of it,
And listen, we're just going to find all the dead bodies and friggin' whatever's in there when we cut it up anyhow. So wait a minute. This is a F shack behind a bar, essentially. That's what you just described to me.
It could be.
Okay, all right.
The windows are pretty tinted. You can't see into it.
The only way to clean that is with fire.
For all I know, there could be no seats in there.
Oh, the cat said no. Dave is with it though. He's got a pressure washer. Totally. You just put a big ramp on it to go to the ceiling.
Yeah.
So you go from the roof all the way back. I was thinking like a flatbed you just drive up on.
No, just remove the trunk and then just put a V ramp, like a ramp truck.
Yeah, a big V ramp.
Keep the bottom the way it is, where you can sleep in it.
Where's the door to get in the back? Is that door that big?
Door. Yeah,
the whole thing.
So it's a 2-door door grafted to a 4-door car. This is a 2-door car. This is a 4-door car. And they're grafted together.
I just now saw that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that the door was that door is 4 miles long.
It was actually built with factory GM parts to the point that it kept the GM warranty still.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some baggies. I found 2 of those in the Cadillac when I took it apart that I bought out of ramp.
Look how professional these people are back here. This is a great idea.
This is 84, so yeah, that's professional as fuck. Enhance.
I can't. You're on the wrong side of the screen. Let's go.
Oh, do you need to? Oh no,
that
one.
There we
go. Is that better?
There you go. How professional
from 0 to 62. Yeah.
Oh
dude,
no, this will be
60 in 5
0
years.
to 60. It'll literally be like 0 to quarter mile before 60.
You think we don't make the quarter mile before 60?
I don't think so.
That could be the goal for the week. That's what we could do as we go for our week. Is the goal is to make it to 60 in the quarter mile, and we just start cutting. You just start cutting parts of the car off as the week goes on.
Yeah, we could do that. We should
making it lighter until we make that,
and then the next year you bring it back K-swapped with a big turbo.
It's still too big for that. You're going to burn up you're going to destroy the transmissions with the weight. It's the same problem Wago's having, or not Wago, the Rodyssey is having. It's just too damn heavy. I think that's going to be the problem. You're going to tear up everything. Nothing's going to hold up to that much weight. The power is easy. Yeah, you can make the power for days, but if you can't do anything with it, especially at a drag strip. Door's red. It's so big. I feel like I want to see what the real door looks like and see if it's like bent or those hinges have got to be fucked. That's
industry's longest uncustomized 53-inch rear door.
Oh my God, 53 inches.
Yeah, that's a factory door on 88 Olds 2-door.
On 88 Olds 2-door was 55 inches?
Yeah.
Really? Because the front door does not look 88
inches. That's a 4-door door. That's a 4-door.
Oh, that was just the two differences. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, see, he says it looks way longer to him. See? I'm not the only one here.
1 second.
Dave.
Let me get there. Let me find it.
Dave believes me. It's already... It does rear-ended it. Hey, what year was that? 84?
88.
88. My bad. I might have said
Okay,
it.
so here we go. Present. Share screen. Share. All right, so here's your 2-door. See the 2-door?
Oh, that is a
Big old
fucking
door.
mile long.
Here's
That
your
is-
4-door. Little door.
Okay, yeah. Guess
Yep.
so.
See that
It just
big old
seems-
2-door? It
It
just
seems
looks weird when they
longer.
smoosh them together.
It definitely seems longer on the other one than it does on that one.
4-door. 2-door.
Oh my god. Put a dual motor setup in it? That would be such a pain.
Oh, so hard. All of the hard. Well. I think it's
Storage,
an idea.
hotel. It's
Just
definitely not a. It's not a bad idea. I think it would make a good video series, but I almost want what we were talking about before was almost like us going to have. So it's fact. That's exactly how it goes. That is our dynamic here. I say some shit I don't know about. Dude says, I don't know. Let's look it up. He says, oh, this is what it is. I go, oh, okay. And we just move on. That
Google
is
doesn't
literally,
lie. If it lies, we're all doomed.
we're all fucked. Suri told him it's true, so it's okay. Suri can't say anything that's not true.
Facts.
She told me that. All right, bud. You gotta get going.
Well, it is the time. That it is.
Yep. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I want to thank everybody that came out tonight. You guys are awesome. I don't know. I think this was a little too early for dudes. You want to try for actual 7 next time we do one of these?
No, it's just kind of worked out because now it's 9. I can go do some stuff. And
I kind of don't hate it, actually, to tell you the truth. So maybe we will stick with this. Who knows?
I'm not sure you could find another one ever. Just saying. Like the fact that I know where one is, I think is kind of an extreme coincidence.
Yeah. And at what point are you paying a bunch of money to buy and ship limos to go on a track week? Like, that's just wild talk. But all right, everyone have a good night. Make sure you check out everyone's channels that's in the chat. I'm pretty sure everyone's subscribed to everyone, but if you're not, go check out everybody that you've seen here tonight. They're all great channels. Everyone puts out great content. I appreciate y'all being here. If you are subscribed to Dude with Wrenches, go unsubscribe. He doesn't need you. He's too big for you. And then we'll see you guys on the next one.